Hello, everybody. Welcome to Nintendo Pow Block episode 300, our milestone episode. Everybody, I am the enlightened and excited and hyped Eddie V. And joining me, of course, is the one, the only boss man himself, Mr. Corey Dirrig. Yeah.
Hello. I'm glad that you invited me on this 300th episode of Nintendo Pow Block. It's an honor to be here. I'm quite excited.
And of course, we had to ask special guests to come on this one to join us. It's the legendary legend herself, Mr. Stephanie Klimov. Hi!
No, I actually just won a lottery and got on here. So this, remember...
She actually texted me for 3 weeks and said, can I please come on Nintendo Pow Block 300, please? And today I was like, finally, I guess. But you have to make a list.
And I got it done in 5 minutes.
You got it done in 5 minutes? It took me 2 weeks to make that list.
Well, first of all, I've been obviously thinking about it for the last 3 weeks, and I finally wore Corey down. I broke that man down just so I can be a part of this show, and now I'm sure he's regretting it. But hey,
100%.
happy to be here.
Always regretting everything about everything. So it's good for you to be here.
Yes, you're recording us for the third time within 2 days. Hint, hint. But everybody, yes, like I said, this is episode 300, our milestone episode. Man, Corey, what a roller coaster that we have been on with this show.
I know.
And we're going to get to the comments and stuff that you guys have sent us at the end of the show and everything. But we're going to get first into our Patreon shout-outs. Corey, you want to let the people know who is helping us produce Nintendo Pow Block and other content here on Boss Rush Network?
Yeah, so patreon.com/Boss Rush Network. You can support us as well as our other shows on the network. A little, we like to kind of skip over what Patreon is exactly because it came to our attention that not everybody knows what Patreon is. Patreon is a subscription service platform where creators go so their fans and people can support them directly. You can do monthly, annually, whatever, and we kind of provide different perks at different tiers. So for $1, you can get Nintendo Pow Block Expansion Pass, Boss Rush podcast 1 week early. You can get 2 week early access to Standard Definition and After Dark. But at the $5 tier, you become a Patreon producer, and that means that you get your name shouted out on this here program, which we're going to do right now. Our Patreon producers for episode 300 of Nintendo Pow Block are Quentin Jackson, Rebecca Jewell, Adriel Munger, and my wife, Sana Dirrig. I want to thank all of our Patreon producers. I want to thank all of our patrons. And I want to thank all of our free listeners and everybody who watches us on Monday nights on Twitch and now on YouTube live. We wouldn't be doing this without you, especially this show. This show kind of means a lot to a lot of people, especially me and Ed. And we'll get into that a little bit later, but it's truly a privilege to do this every Monday night with everybody, and it's a good time. So thank you guys for listening and supporting the show, however you do. If you listen on iTunes or Spotify, we encourage you to go over to those platforms and leave us a 5-star rating and a nice review. Some really nice person left us a nice review about how terrible podcasters we are for talking bad about Elden Ring. So I appreciate that person extra much.
Even though we really didn't talk bad about Elden Ring, but it's okay. We still appreciate you.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. So
totally fine.
It's fine. Yeah, so that's about it for patrons, Ed, and Patreon and that kind of stuff.
All right. Well, Stephanie, I want to ask, how was your weekend?
My weekend was good. It was very busy. I've probably done the most socializing I ever have done in quite a long time, and I'm pretty introverted, so I almost had a stroke. No, I went to a friend's house party. We talked about video games, so it was all good. That's where, when people found out I co-hosted on some podcasts and write for a gaming website, bossrush.net, they're like, "Oh, Boss Rush. Yeah, I think I heard about that." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, we're growing. We're getting bigger." So that, and my son had a play date with a neighbor down the street, so I got to sit back and relax, and I got to play a little bit of video games. So yeah, just kept very busy, which I'm totally fine with.
Yes. All right, Corey, how was your weekend?
Well, we all got COVID this weekend, so that was fun. I currently have it right now, but I was not missing the show. So, it's been an interesting couple of days, but we're getting through it, and we just kind of relaxed and did whatever. Like I had a fever last night. I thought I was dying last night, but now
Oh my gosh.
I feel like way better now. Like I started feeling it when we were recording our standard definition episodes last night. And I was like, it's probably just whatever. I'll get over it. And last night at like 3:30 in the morning, I woke up and I was like ice cold, but my head was pounding and hot, and it was gross. But yeah, here we are. Played some games, kind of hung out with the family, obviously, because can't leave. So yeah.
All right.
How about you, Ed?
Yeah. How was your weekend, Ed?
I, besides working and closing and doing tags and fixing stuff, I actually got to get some new shoes. I got some new Adidas.
Nice.
And finally I'm happy that I'm able to get some new shoes because I got these.
Ooh, those are looking nice.
Yeah, they look orange. I'm sorry about that. They look orange on the screen, but they're actually yellow. And
Yellow, yeah.
Yellow has kind of became like one of my favorite colors because I think yellow looks good on my skin. I used to be I used to be into a lot of blues and everything, but I'm like, this is not complimenting my skin color. So when I started doing yellow, the yellow tone in my dark skin just looks so good together. And so I was able to do that. I got some more Adidas shirts and everything. And then I treated myself to some special snacks, which I will show and talk about in Snacktendo. But other than that, like you guys playing some games, did some big purchases, snacked some Boss Rush merch and Casa Crew merch. So I can't wait for that all to get in. Yeah, like I had to order some anti-slipping nubs for my glasses because they keep sliding off. It's something about these glasses. I think it's the material that it's just like when I look down, it'd be ready to slide off my face. And I don't got nose holders because some of the nose holders that I had, they were kind of hurting my nose and everything. So I just ordered some off of Amazon, and so one of them they're like little, they look like Cheerios. So I'm gonna see how they feel and everything, but they come in different colors. So I might like put on my red and yellow ones to represent Pow Block when I go to work. So
Nice.
to see. But yeah, other than that, it's just playing games, thinking about some things, and just enjoy socializing with everybody, seeing how everybody was doing, catching up. I actually got to catch up with Jesse, our other co-founder here at Boss Rush, and we had a really good talk. I was so happy to hear from him and everything, and hopefully I'll get to see him soon in the future, because I know when I go see him, I said we're gonna hug and embrace, and then we're gonna go shopping.
Nice. That's perfect.
And literally be nerds. So that's pretty much how my weekend went, everybody. And like I said, this is episode 300 of anybody. I know I said that a lot, but this is we're doing our top 30 Nintendo games. Now, it's not just first party, but it's literally all the games that have been on a Nintendo platform, whether it's their handheld or their console. So we got a good list. So, but we're gonna save that to closer to the end. But Corey, are you ready to talk about our Power Block overhaul announcement?
Oh yeah, so we've kind of Ed and I have been kind of talking about stuff, and we've been in a really good rhythm for a while, I think, and we were talking about how do we want to kind of do the show now, and we miss Galtrad. We can't wait to have Dan back. But like we were kind of talking about it, and we were like, we want to make the show that we've always wanted to make, and we have kind of been, I don't know, for better or for worse, listening to community feedback and comments and things. Like sometimes people say your show's too long. Sometimes people say your show's too short. Sometimes, segments don't hold up, but they want more of other segments. They want segments moved around. And so we kind of just was like, we need to stop listening to everybody. We need to get back to making the show that we want to make, right? And it can be 45 minutes. It can be 3 hours. We don't know. We don't care. So what we're going to do is kind of make the show that we want to make, And so obviously staple segments are staying, like Snacktendo, Playing with Power, Docked Mode, all staying, right? So Family News we're keeping, but we're also going to add a non-Tendo section where we talk about one or two different stories from the other platforms that we think are interesting. Because we both, I know we have Crossroads and we have Boss Rush podcast, right? But we don't really get to talk about the other platforms too much, and I think that'll be a good way to kind of engage in those conversations that we don't really get to have a lot. And it's not going to be like, 3 or 4 stories from Xbox or PlayStation or whatever, right? It's just going to be like 1 or 2 things that we thought were interesting on the other side of the console wars, if you say. So, yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to move Playing with Power up under Snacktendo because in some sort of recent poll and kind of asking around, people like to hear what we're playing and they want to hear more of what we're playing. Instead of kind of shoving it at the end for 5 minutes. So we're going to do that. And we're just going to deliver the show that I think we want to make. And I think that's all we've ever kind of wanted to do. It's just, with so many people involved, you kind of got to abide by schedules and, kind of make it a team effort and be accommodating and stuff. But for now, we're going to do that. We're going to see how it works out. We're going to get more guests on, like our friends from over at Nintendo Pals and Nintendo Main and Secret Friends Unite and other podcasts out there. We're going to try to get them on the show, kind of be more open to having people from other shows on and stuff. And, of course, we're going to have crowd favorites like Shane and Grayson and, Stephanie sometimes.
Aww.
If she stops begging. So yeah, that's it's not really a major overhaul. We're just kind of reworking some things, and I know a lot of people were kind of excited that the shows were a little bit longer the last couple weeks. I think 3 weeks in a row we hit over 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Which is fine. We're also going to add a show and tell segment, which, starting this week, where we kind of show off what we bought this week in the world of Nintendo or video games or whatever. I think that'll be a fun segment. I'm going to try to get something small every week. Some might be a game, might be amiibo, might be a figure, whatever. I know Stephanie's very excited to show off what she got today. So yeah, that's a segment we're adding right after playing with power. I think that's going to be a cool segment to do. Any other thoughts there, Ed, on the show? I mean, you would think by episode 300 we'd have it all figured out by now, but
We're still learning. We're still growing.
says you.
Well, thank you, Corey, for that announcement, for the church announcements.
Amen.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
And everybody, now it's time for Snackendo! Yes! Corey, what have you been snacking on?
Let me tell you, Ed, I had Arby's today.
Yes!
My mom dropped it off because obviously we can't leave, and she thought she was being nice, and she dropped off enchiladas and Arby's and dinner for the next couple days, and it was very nice. Also,
Aww.
my son is making an appearance on the show.
Yeah, he has to be heard.
Yes. He is excited to
Yeah.
be on Pow Block.
I wish I could say the same thing.
All right. Stephanie, what have you been snacking on?
So nothing different or wacky, but I know I'm going back to the basics of what I like. I got this Monster Trail Mix made by, it's a Target brand, and it's the first time I've actually really loved the trail mix. And it's like a chocolate and peanut butter type trail mix. So it's got like M&Ms and like, it almost looks like mini Reese's cups, but they're not like real brand Reese's cups. And like peanut butter covered like pretzel balls with the peanuts and the raisins. Obviously, I'll pick out the raisins. I'm one of those people like they put in too many raisins. But other than too many raisins, it's the most delicious thing. I think it's one of my most favorite gaming snacks because it's a hand food. It's got the sweet, it's got the salty. And my favorite other snack or like savory snack, so to speak, I guess, is Smart Food popcorn. I'm just
Yes.
traditional like that. So I got those two in my arsenal snackage today.
Yes. Well, everybody, for me, and hopefully Geek Bro is watching this chat. I got some Pepperidge Farms grams. It is vanilla cupcake.
Ed, hold that to the camera more. What is this?
Yes.
What is this?
So hold on one second. Let's see.
Is this available at like standard stores?
So we have a Pepperidge Farm outlet in Kenosha, in Pleasant Prairie, I should say. And so I went there and they had this right in the front. So I was just like, ooh, let me go get some, goldfish and taste it. Now, everybody, this is an on live taste test.
Oh my goodness.
So,
I'm like salivating right now. That
here we go.
and maybe Ed will be snacking on this at the direct tomorrow.
Maybe.
Oh man, I have to go all the way to. Oh, that's a good excuse to go to Wisconsin, actually.
I'm sure you can find them closer than Wisconsin.
All right, he's nodding his head. I think this is a good sign.
This bag probably gonna be gone by tonight.
Mm.
It's really good. It really tastes like vanilla cupcake. So
Has my heart.
and it's not too sweet. Like it's just the right sweetness of, the vanilla cake that you eat with frosting on it. So, good though. I always, every time I go to the outlet mall in Pleasant Prairie, Pepperidge Farm is the first place I go to. Because I really go up there to go to the Adidas store, so that's where I got my shoes at. So my next snack is Monster Energy. This is a salt. This is found this at Woodman's in Kenosha.
It's the red. It's the red one. Right?
It's a red flavor.
It's the red can, I think.
Well, this one has Army camo.
Yeah.
And then it's the red M.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Bye, Dan. Have fun
Bye,
playing
Dan.
Xenoblade.
Oh my goodness, it tastes like Coke. It's like a cola flavor.
Huh.
Not bad.
I used to drink that stuff all the time, and then my cousin made me drink like Monster used to have the stuff BFC, BFC, which is like 3 of these size cans in one bottle.
Dang.
And of the red stuff, and my cousin made me chug it one time, and I thought I was going to die because shouldn't do that ever.
The last one I have is a Monster Reserve watermelon. I've never heard of this one or tried it. So
Monster Reserve.
Yeah.
Or is it Rockstar? Monster or Rockstar?
It's no, Rockstar is the Rockstar that I got is Fruit Punch.
Oh,
I love Rockstar.
Okay.
But it's just a different game. Yeah, I have never tried watermelon Monster. Because a lot of their like other flavors that I kind of enjoy from Monster is like the sugar free or the low carb kind of ones. But yeah, that's pretty much all that I'm snacking on that I picked up. I got some Twizzlers. I will say this, and LaRonda, if you're watching, maybe you haven't seen this in your store also. Excuse me. The Lifesaver berries, berry gummies. I know they got recalled, but I don't know if any store has them anymore. They weren't at my Target. We don't have them at my store, at my job. My grocery stores don't have it, and the grocery store that I go to get like new snacks and stuff, they didn't have it either. So I was wondering if you guys see any, or around if you see any at the grocery store or anything, let us know in the chat. Because I'm very interested to see how if it got recalled everywhere in it.
Interesting. And I forgot to tell you, I also had one of those massive burritos this weekend.
Yes.
I asked for extra cheese and extra habanero salsa. And man, my mouth was on fire in the best way. So good. So good.
Dude, I cannot wait to come see you to get one.
Dude, I got to tell you, man, they're so good. So good.
You know that, it's on me when I come, right?
Well, yeah, and then I'll get extra stuff.
I told you to get extra stuff.
Anyways, it was so good, though.
You just won't see me as the Charmander.
Nope. Oh.
And I did try your trick, Corey, because we were talking about to drink milk with spicy stuff when your tongue is spicy. I drank some quick. I don't know if that counts. Should I just drink regular milk?
What did you drink?
Quick.
Oh, no, that's not milk. Nestle Quick is not milk.
But it says chocolate milk.
No, it's not milk.
It had protein in it.
No, you drink milk. Milk. M-I-L-K.
Moo.
Yeah.
What is quick then?
It's a chocolatey substance that a rabbit poops in. I don't know.
Wow. Okay.
Have you ever drank quick, Corey?
Yes,
Yeah.
I've had. Who hasn't had Nestle Quick? I'm just messing around. But seriously, not milk. It's a chocolate drink at best.
We used to have the little can. We would open up the top and put like 3 scoops in the milk and then swish it up and everything.
No, the only real chocolate milk is when you take the Hershey syrup and swirl it around in a glass of milk and then you stir it with a spoon.
I could never do that because like the syrup would still be in there.
Yeah.
And then I'd be like, I need to dig that last drip out. Or sometimes it'll be stuck there and then I'll add more milk to swirl it around.
Anyways, Ed. It's like this is the same exact situation when you went to Chick-fil-A and got a grilled chicken sandwich instead of a delicious chicken sandwich.
Well, Corey, we didn't talk about Chick-fil-A for a while. So
Well,
if I want to
we're
get
bringing
a
it
grilled
back.
sandwich,
We're bringing it back.
If I want to get a grilled chicken sandwich, I'll get a grilled chicken sandwich.
Then go somewhere else. Don't go to Chick-fil-A. Don't waste your money at Chick-fil-A on a grilled chicken sandwich. You get the spicy chicken sandwich, no pickle, with Chick-fil-A sauce and mayonnaise, okay? And that's what you get. I mean, if you can't handle spicy, the regular chicken sandwich is also acceptable.
So I have to get a Corey.
Yeah.
And not, even though you're not paying for it.
Yeah.
Stephanie, help me out here. Why?
I don't know if it's worth just arguing. Just nod and say yep, but don't do it.
It's worth it.
And you do you.
100% worth it.
Oh, wow. I have no support at this time.
Nope. 0.
Wow. Well, everybody, I guess it's time for Playing with Power. Stephanie, what have you been playing with Power?
Well, I've actually been on the Nintendo side still catching up on Kirby and the Forgotten Land, and I keep forgetting how good it actually is, because when I just think Kirby, I'm like, it's Kirby, no big deal. When I play it, I'm like, I really, really like it. And I just went through the majority of the levels in the like carnival section, and it's amazing. Like there's one where you're in like a haunted house and like everything is dark with neon lights, so it's visually stunning. And I don't know, I like finding the like extra hidden tasks that you need to complete. I'm not a huge fan of like the side stuff you need to do, even though it helps you upgrade stuff. But honestly, that's primarily what I've been playing on Nintendo. On the PlayStation side, I've been hacking away at Ghost of Tsushima. But I will say, because there's a gigantic summer sale, I will say what I bought. We're doing show and tell later, right? Because I'm not going to say what I bought.
Yes, right after this.
Okay. But I did buy with the summer sale Chicory. I finally bought Chicory on sale.
I hear
The
people
Messenger.
like that.
Yep, The Messenger. Yes. When the Past was around.
Whoa. Ed's microphone. You broke Ed's microphone.
Let me tell you, I know I'm not gonna ruin that game for you.
Yeah, please don't.
I really think we may have to do a talk to walk for this game.
Wow. Okay.
Because it literally left me speechless. And there's a lot of emotions connected to this game, so you may feel something. But yeah, when the Past was around, that game, yes.
Oh, perfect. Well, I'm glad I picked the right game. So yeah, all those. I also got Unforeseen Incidents. It's a newer game, and it just looked real cool. And then lastly, more for After Dark, I got Pub Encounter. Talk about Pub Encounter on Wednesday.
Cool. Can't wait to hear that.
Still saying Shane, I played it. It was pretty decent. Which one? Pub Encounter? He's going to type furiously and be like, no!
No, not Pub Encounter.
Well, while we're waiting for Shane to clarify what he was playing, who is next?
Well, so I'm going to go next. I picked up Pocky and Rocky Reshrine, played a little bit of that. It's very challenging. Like, it's a top-down, vertical kind of shooter with a little bit horizontal to it, but everything is like literally top-down. And I was getting my tail kicked from the first boss. I'm like, ooh, I didn't know this game was challenging. But I think once I get used to it and learn it, it's a shoot 'em up kind of style game with a little bit of melee. But it's very Japanese and it looks very like cool that I want to get into. Like very fun to play. Neon White, I started up picking. I gotta get used to the controls, but I really am enjoying this game. I love what it offers and stuff. It's something that great music, by the way. It's just something that it feels weird because you gotta wrap your head around it because it's a different style of gameplay in a sense, like doing parkour while also being a first-person shooter and everything. But it's not like traditional first-person shooter.
Right. It's also part card-based, right?
Yes.
So it's hard for me to imagine like a fast-paced first-person parkour shooter when you're also being card-based.
Well, where the card-based thing is really just for you to attack and discard it so that you could do a special move. So it's nothing Yu-Gi-Oh based or anything like that. It's really just like you need this card to progress. And and everything, and then they give you a new card. You just go with that. Like you just really need, for a lot of it, you only need the cards for a little bit of the attack thing, but most of the cards is to traverse through it. It really is it's different for me, but I can understand why it may just get Game of the Year nominations. Like it really is fun, but I just got to get used to that gameplay. So I got to kind of break my mind to be like, okay, I got it. Nice. Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. I just started. I'm not far in it yet, but great voice acting. I'm actually playing as I'm Shez, and I'm playing as a female in here.
Dude, female Shez has my heart. She's awesome. She's so cool.
I love her design.
Yeah, I know. Her design's cool. Her voice acting's great. Her, I don't know. There's something about Shez that captured me, instantly. After that first battle, when you kind of go in and meet I don't really want to spoil anything, but that kind of ghostly character that you kind of interact with throughout the game, she's so cool. And I'm not a big Warriors person, at all. And, the gameplay is fine, right? It's fine, but, Shez is cool. And I put in our Discord the other day, and I'm like, I want, an action RPG with these characters or something. Mm-hmm. Just because I think Shez is really cool. And I'm really interested to see how they kind of position Byleth moving forward, because they've kind of positioned her, it's in the marketing and stuff, so not really spoiling anything, but they've kind of positioned Byleth as the bad guy. And so
that's interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, man, Fire Emblem Warriors, awesome game.
Yeah, I can't wait to dig into more of that. I did pick up Monster Hunter Sunbreak, so that will be ready to go on the 30th. Picked up Capcom Fighting Classics. Haven't started yet, but I can't wait to get in and play some of those games, because I never got a chance to play the Darksiders series, and that's one game that I want to play. And I love Puzzle Fighter, so just can't wait to play that. Played a little bit of Just Shapes and Beats, still dancing and moving to that, and then I'm almost at the final part of Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I literally did not do any of the side quests yet. I'm literally just maining the main game. So when I get to the last save point, it says before you go and do the final thing, do you want to save and everything? I'm gonna save it there and then probably go back and do the side quest stuff so I can raise up my levels and get all of this stuff done before I started, so I could unlock the whole board. I even got an achievement in the game on my Series X. I'm like, oh, this is cool. Ooh. Yeah, because I'm trying to unlock all of her character traits, her character skills, I should say, and be a powerhouse in this game. So, but that's kind of what I've been playing with Power, because I got to get ready. Definitely replay before I watch, but I got to get ready for Stray. And yeah, and depending on what this partner direct does, yeah.
Do we? So I know technically this episode is coming out after the direct, right? But do we want to talk about any of the predictions or the rumors floating around at all?
We can.
Just for 5 minutes. Not, I mean, after we're done with playing with Power and stuff, I guess.
Yes. Yes. But yeah, that's what I've been playing with Power. I don't think there's anything else coming out this week that I'm looking forward to get. I think I got everything besides just Summer Break. Just got to get ready for that. On the 30th. I'm super stoked for that game, for that DLC.
Nice.
And by the way, Shane says it was when the past was around that he played. And then Auditor 415 says, Ed and Corey, what houses did you guys go with?
And Three Hopes?
Three Hopes,
Black Eagles, because that's who I went with in Three Houses the first time.
I haven't chosen the house yet. I haven't gotten that.
Ed. Don't make the wrong decision, Ed.
I would. When I get to that part, I will let you guys know next time. I swear.
Okay. If you say so.
Oh.
Anyways, so I guess it's my turn. I've been playing a lot of Death's Door, and it's very, very good. It's very hard. I'm still not very far, but I've played. It's weird because I'm not very far, but I've played a lot. If that makes sense, I just like exploring and walking around, and I've made it to. There's this underground kind of area that I'm kind of exploring right now, and it's super fun. This is one of those indie games that's just super special, and I hope everybody gives it a chance. It's on sale right now on Switch for the big old game sale, what they're calling it, right? So highly recommended if you're into kind of top-down Zelda, or I would even dare to say it's like a Souls light, although it's not nearly as difficult as a Souls game. It's just has that big boss collect. They're literally called souls. You collect souls to upgrade your character, and that's about the extent of it. You don't lose any when you die, but that mechanic is in there. But it's super fun. The combat's fun. The music's great. The art design is wonderful. So yeah, highly recommended. Death's Door. Also playing Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes, and I kind of talked about it already. It's super fun. I really love the characters. I love seeing that world again. I am really interested on how they're positioning Byleth. But like I said, Ed, Shez is just an awesome character, and I hope we get like an amiibo or a statue or something of her at some point, because she's cool. Although we didn't get a female Byleth amiibo yet, which is concerning, but whatever. I've also gone back to Metroid Dread because I didn't finish it, and I still think that game is a wonderful game. I just hate getting lost. And I got unlost, and now I'm lost again. So, but there's just something about that game, man, that's super fun and super satisfying. And running around, the movement is great. The shooting mechanics are great. Samus is awesome. The bosses are cool. Just highly recommended, for sure.
I literally feel like Nintendo and Mercury Steam got another game in the works.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to have another 2D Metroid out, right? I mean, that seems to be what's happening. Although I think Mercury Steam got bought by somebody, so I'm not 100% sure now.
Oh, I hope not.
Got bought. Let's see. Nordisk Games has acquired 40% stake in Mercury Steam.
Oh.
So, somebody bought stake in them. They didn't get bought out by anybody important, I guess. But yeah, that game's super fun. Also, Turtles. Been playing that. It's an interesting experience by yourself. And then I got a couple games from the sale, which we'll talk about in a little bit, I guess, too. So. Stephanie will be right back, guys. She's her Skype was freezing up, so we'll get that handled at some point.
Another, just two more games I forgot to mention. Bayonetta 1. I'm still continuing that. That game is getting like challenging, but I'll handle that. A Leg Head is this like kind of puzzle platforming game where your head is full of electricity, and you gotta throw it or land on something and they'll highlight to give it something electricity and everything. And I think I'm close to the end of the game. I think it's like 6 chapters and stuff. I think I'm at the I'm close to it. There are some collectibles in it. Excuse me, but it was weird to me, Corey, because they don't tell you how to play the game. You kind of gotta go to the pause button to find out, and it says that you could throw your head in this game, but in reality you can't throw it yet until you get that power.
Okay.
So I was just like, oh, like you almost get it like in chapter 2. So I was just like, oh, okay, what's going on? Why can't I throw my head? I thought the game was broke in a sense, and it wasn't. So I just decided to be like, you know what, I'm gonna get this thing, and then when I got it, the puzzle started getting super hard. So I was just like, oh wow, but it's a really cool game. I know it was in the Indie Direct, I think last time they did one. So it's a really cool game. It's people who like puzzle platformers. Like you don't fight any enemies in this game, and it's weird that you see husk of people of your design. So there might be like a story at the end of this game, like finding out what's going on, like why you in this laboratory or whatever doing all of this. It may be at the end of the game because there's no bosses or anything in this game. It's straight puzzles for this whole game. So I'm interested to see how the game ends. It feels like the game could probably, if you do a run of it and learn everything, but if you do like a second replay to get stuff, you may only you probably would get through the game within an hour and a half. It feels like it's short for some reason.
Okay.
But I'm enjoying it. It's a really cool game and everything.
Cool.
And yeah, Dragon's Dogma Dark Horizon I started, and I just gotta play more of that. I know me and Grayson been talking about it.
It seems like that game's gotten a resurgence since they announced that sequel, so I'm sure people are excited for it. I don't understand. I watched Jeff Gersman's stream of it the other day for like 2 hours, and I just it looks like Souls meets Monster Hunter game is kind of what it reminds me of, and I'm like, okay, I get it.
Yes. So, I guess we're gonna do our show and tell. Corey, I'll let you handle this section.
Oh, okay. Well, show and tell is our new segment where we show off what we picked up this week, and talk about maybe the digital games we picked up this week as well. Stephanie, I know you're super excited to show off what you got this week. Why don't you show everybody what you got?
The first thing, ta-da! I put it all over social media. I finally got my wireless N64 controller, my little Triton. I'm so excited. I had to stop everything that I was doing at work. I don't know. This changes things so much for me because the NSO Online, like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Banjo-Kazooie, I just cannot do it without these dang C buttons. So I've been waiting for this. Every single time I've been trying to, catch it, I either miss Wario64's tweet or Corey tells me and my computer crashes or something happens.
That sounds about right.
I did also get the Super Nintendo one.
Nice.
Which, it's kind of funny because I was literally, they said, oh, you're 1 cent away. Or $1. I thought it was like $1 or a cent away from free shipping. I'm like, oh, you SOB. So I'm like, fine, I will get this.
That's how they get you.
Mm-hmm. And lastly, this came from Texas to Massachusetts to New Jersey, back to Massachusetts. But I finally got my special reserve copy of Death's Door.
Nice. Nice.
So pretty. I like kind of want to keep it sealed, but I kind of want to open it, so I don't know what to do.
Open it, seal it. I don't know.
Open it, seal it,
I don't know.
reseal it.
I don't know.
Well, all I know is that this has been a very big day for me. I don't know what I was trying to say, but these are pretty big. So I can't wait to try out my N64 games. Clearly one of my favorite consoles. It's very precious to me.
Mine is charging right now, my 64 controller, because I forgot to announce it in the announcement section, but I think we're gonna try to start streaming some games. So look out for that, I guess, soon. Ish. I'm going next, Ed, because I want to.
Okay, go ahead.
I got Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes physically, so nothing special.
Ooh.
It's just a box, just a map of Fodland, and a nice little tasty cartridge right there. In my tasty.
Hey, but I love me some physical copies.
I know. I've gotten really in the mood to start getting physical copies again, and it's torturing me. I got the Byleth amiibo. It's only the male version. I would have got the female version, but it was not offered. So I also noticed that Robin and Corrin are also not offered in female versions.
Sexist.
Sort of. I'm very upset, but that's okay. I also got these bad boys, the Metroid ones.
Yes.
They
Beautiful.
were available.
I love those.
Yeah. So I love them, and that's what I picked up. I also got a bunch of stuff on sale. I picked up Shin Megami Tensei 5 on sale.
Yes.
I picked up quite a few games on sale, actually. But I forget which ones they are because my Switch didn't have enough room to put them on the SD card. And so I kind of am a terrible game buyer. And, I got the Castlevania Advanced Collection and Street Fighter 2 were the two games I got on sale. Along with Shin Megami Tensei. So, yeah. Awesome.
Nice.
Ed, what about you? Did you pick anything up this week?
Well, like I mentioned, the stuff that I picked up, I'm still waiting for my BRP Pride shirts to come in and hoodie that you guys could get on our store. So just go to bossrush.net and click on the store. I also got a Pride console gaming crew shirt that I'm excited for it to come in. So shout out to them. But game wise that I got, like Corey said, Fire Emblem 3 Hopes. This is the box for the Capcom Fighting Collection. And I got this one a while back, but I never showed anybody. I got Shinrin the Wanderer on Switch from Limited Run Games. And also, of course, I got Gree with it.
But you get the Switch copy of Gree?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Nice.
I had to have it when it literally went live. I'm like, yes. But yeah, that's pretty much the stuff that I picked up. And like I said, the neon white Monster Hunter Sunbreak. I was telling the guys that I had to go to Target and get two $50 eShop cards so I could buy all of these games. Because if you keep using your credit card, I don't know, it may be some banks, they will lock your account because there's too many purchases happening. And Nintendo, I really wish they did what Microsoft and Sony do and have a cart so that you can put all those games in and buy it at once.
What my trick used to be is I would just say, all right, put $100 from my credit card to my eShop just so I don't make so many mini transactions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm $100 will totally last me for 2-3 months. And I blow through $100 in 2 weeks.
Yeah. For me, it's because of the new releases and the new games. Like Sunbreak, I think was 40. And then like Neon White was like, no, Shimmer the Rounder was like, not Shimmer the Rounder. Paki and Rocky was like 30.
Yep.
And then Neon White was like 30 also, I think. And so I had enough, or 25. I had enough, but I ended up having to put like 90 cents for my credit cards to buy the rest of it.
Well, and
So-
like even the Nintendo IPs, like the games that are almost never go on sale, that are on sale, like they're still very expensive. Like I still want to get Tropical Freeze, but
Mhm.
I look at the sales like, oh, it's only discounted by like, I forget, $10 or something. I'm like, oh, that would just eat up my entire budget. So I decided to get a bunch of smaller games.
Yeah, you got to try to catch the physical sales for them. But this like the $41 ones, if you want to sell on the Nintendo game, you got to pay the 41 plus tax if you want it digitally. So
Yeah.
you maybe be able to find it cheaper. And there are some people, if they say they don't like a game, that they'll sell it to them for like $30 or something, like just to offload it.
It's pretty smart.
So I sometimes rummage through Best Buy to see like, ooh, what do you guys have? Oh, this is on sale. Snack, snack, snack. Your total is $145. Wait, how much? So, but anything else, you guys?
For show and tell?
Nothing.
No, this is.
Nothing really.
No, I'll be cuddling with this tonight.
Okay.
I almost bought a new set of Joy-Con because there was a place, I forget where it was, but it was tweeted out by Wario64 where a pair of the dark gray Joy-Cons were $30, and like I'm still on my launch ones, and I'm like,
Wait, but how many Joy-Cons do you have? I know you have more than just your launch ones and a Pro controller, right?
I know I have 4 sets of Joy-Cons. But I went there and I put it in my cart, and by the time I checked out, it was sold out, so I didn't get them. But $30 for that set of Joy-Cons is a steal.
It is.
It's because one costs $40. So.
And both of them cost
thanks,
$80.
Pat. I might borrow Tropical Freeze from you, but we'll talk offline.
Yeah.
Tropical Freeze.
Yeah, Donkey Kong, a franchise that like I have a on-off relationship with.
Yeah. Donkey Kong's a hey you up game.
Yeah.
So, well, everybody, it's time for a question to block. And Corey, we have a question.
We do. We have a question from Grayson Morales, friend of show. Also, chat, if you have questions, just start asking them. We'll get to a couple of them in our Twitch chat. Grayson asked if you could choose to magically have one comprehensive physical strategy guide for any Nintendo game ever made. Which would you choose? Well, Stephanie has an answer. It seems like...
No. Well, but I want you guys go first because I want to think about it.
Well, here's the thing. I have a lot of strategy guides. So, I mean, that question's kind of tough for me. I used to every time I bought a game, I would buy the strategy guide. Like that was just like a rule for me, and then it started getting into the collector's edition strategy guides, which were, either the hardback ones or they came with an art book or they were just a nice looking book to have on your shelf.
Well, see, that's the thing. For strategy guide, like I would get it primarily for the art at this point, because we always have online. We can easily just, for example, ZeldaDungeon.net, just go there and whatever. And I'm totally on the same page as Jedi Master Binks. Hi, friend. Twilight Princess or Ocarina. One of them has to go. And that's a question. Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought that was an answer. But I will play off that and say I would want an Ocarina of Time one because a long time ago I used to borrow my cousin's like game book, the guide from long ago.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if they redid that, but in like, you know that company Piggyback that makes those really nice
Yeah.
guides? If they did an Ocarina of Time version of that,
Yeah. I mean, I have the Nintendo Power one, and it's shredded because I use it so much.
Stephanie, I wish you would have known me way earlier through my Toys R Us days.
Oh, we used to go
Because-
dumpster diving at Toys R Us all the time because, like, after so long, they would have to throw them out.
So, yeah. And so,
what?
yeah, I had, so, before because we had to throw away the Legend of Zelda Wind Waker HD books.
Oh, the hardback
And you
ones?
know- Yes.
Oh, no. I have one,
And
but oh, no.
So I had 2 of them. And you know, and them books were a Bible and a half of being big. And if I would have known you by then, I would have sent you a free one.
Aw.
So, but well, for me, of course, it's Eternal Darkness because I was trying to figure out that game. I didn't know the symbols. There were some parts that was so hard for me, but I would love to like have that kind of book to be able to get through that game. If I had it, because I had, I only had 2 guides in my whole life, and that is The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time and Secret of Mana. My cousin, he bought Super Metroid's guidebook when he bought the game. And so he kind of figured out how to play the game through there, where I just like, I went through that game without using the guidebook. But I went back to the guidebook the second time to see if I missed anything for that. But yeah, Eternal Darkness would have been like literally been mine, because so there was a thing called EGM2, and they used to do all these guides for games at a point in time. So I used to buy them like every month. And when Wind Waker for GameCube came out, they had a guide there. GamePro used to also do guides for games also in there. So like a lot of the guides and stuff that if I ever needed, I would have that month's magazine to go and look for it. I mean, still have it. I'll have to look for it. But I'm not a big guide person. I love to jump into a game that I have to learn, or trying to figure it out myself, unless there's something like a puzzle or something that's like so weird that you're not seeing it or getting it. Because Borderlands has some bad quests that you'll find most of everything, and you need that last one, and you're on the map and you're looking at it like you see that, okay, I'm here, but where the heck is this thing at? You check everywhere, and sometimes it's underneath like some car that you don't even know how to get into and stuff. Like I probably would need like a guide for like Borderlands if I was trying to get everything for that. But yeah, Eternal Darkness for me, I would love. And I love Nintendo guys because I love just the artwork. Even at the back of the book, sometimes they have artwork and concepts that they didn't put in the game, but that's in there and looking. Which is weird. I never understood why Capcom never did a guide for like Monster Hunter or anything.
They did a
Or
Monster Hunter guide for Monster Hunter World. There was one. Because I sent it to Laurent, and by the time he like went to go get it, it was out of print and like way expensive. Or maybe it was the art book. I don't remember. But I think there was a guide for World.
Was there one for Destiny, Corey?
Yeah, I have them both. They are out of date before the game is even out.
Really?
Well, yeah, that game gets updated almost weekly. I mean, it gets updated weekly, but it gets updated almost daily. So, like,
I would think for like the single player, like the campaign.
There's no single player. Don't fool yourself, Ed.
I meant to say the campaign.
There's no campaign. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I mean, for me, it was never really about. I mean, I used a lot of guides. Don't get me wrong, but once I started getting into like the collecting and stuff, like all those hardback Zelda books that ran from like I would say Wind Waker, the original Wind Waker, to Twilight Princess HD that were like hardback and had the seal on the front and the, cool designs, and it was those Zelda books were awesome. I have a lot of like the 360, PS3, Wii and Wii U era art books or guides too that have art books in them. Very cool. So yeah, I mean, for me, after a while, it just became about having a cool looking bookshelf and not exactly like using them. Then I got to the point where like I would buy a regular version to use and a collector's edition to display. And then then everybody went out of business, and then I didn't buy any guides. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, guides are cool, but I wish there were more. I think it would be really cool. There's someone I follow on Twitter, hand drawn guides. Those are really cool. But they're for like smaller games. But I think that would be really cool if someone took the effort to like put concept art and make these really cool looking strategy guides. And yeah, I don't know. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah.
But I have the guides that I want. I have the Breath of the Wild Collector's Edition one. I have the Twilight Princess HD black cover one. I have the Wind Waker HD one. I have those. I have the guides that I want. And I don't know. It would be cool if they went back and made special edition guides for classic games, but that would be such a specialty at this point.
Oh yeah.
Unless somebody got went on Patreon and like started funding them themselves, or like fan funding them and have unofficial guides.
Well, see, that's what side note, that's what I kind of want to do as a project. In the game Tunic? Well,
yeah.
That you collect those pages and they're just beautiful artwork. I want to be able to like put that in print, but I'm like, I don't know, you'd have to get the licensing, whatever. And
I bet that game, when it gets some sort of physical edition, it'll come with that.
We'll see.
I bet it does.
Seems too good to be true.
I bet some sort of limited run, super expensive package will come with that book.
Oh, good. That'd be like $158, and then it takes 8 months for you to get it.
I mean, that's true, but also the Tetris Effect Special Edition is $100 for Tetris, so, I mean, I know the licensing for the tracks is not cheap, but
yeah.
I still really want that Switch version, but I don't have $100 to justify spending on Tetris. I've already spent $100 on Tetris over the last 30 years. Okay.
So in other words, let me put on the list of possible birthday gifts.
Nope. I don't accept birthday gifts.
Are you sure?
I don't accept gifts.
Oh, also, one more thing. Shout out to Grayson Morales. If you guys are looking for some great guides, he is the lead guides editor at Game Rent. So give him a look at Game Rent on Twitter or at GameRent.com. Check him out there.
He's awesome.
Check out his guys. Yes, he does a lot of great work.
Yeah. Grayson's great. I like Grayson a lot. I wish he would come back more often. But yeah, I mean, so we also have a question in chat from Jedi Master Binks, our friend Andre. Andre, I like the pen, okay? I saw your messages. I tried to ignore them. I like the pen, okay? You don't just stick a pen in your hat, and then when you need it, you just pull it out and start writing stuff down. Anyways, he asks, one's got to go, Ocarina or Twilight Princess? I mean, Ocarina's the clear choice that has to go.
No!
Booted. Out.
No. Don't make me scream and wake up my son. No.
I'm going to go with Twilight Princess.
I hate you
Thank
both.
you, Ed. Twilight Princess needs to go. We outvote you 2-1.
Next. Well, it's been a good run, guys. Nintendo Pow Block is over, and
No!
I'm leaving Boss Rush, and goodbye.
No.
No, because Ocarina of Time revolutionized a lot of stuff. You can always make another Twilight Princess.
Yeah, and Twilight Princess got some unnecessary stuff before the game even gets going.
That's not true.
Wrestling with some goats.
Hey, that is a very important skill that you need for the final boss, okay? Very important skill.
Plus, I don't like that second to last dungeon with all that wind. That fighting that dragon boss.
Get good, Ed.
That's the thing in the sky, worst level. I hate it. That can't be there.
Get
those
good,
weird chicken chicken people.
Questionable content? Question mark, comma, question mark.
You're questionable.
Or exclamation
Twilight
mark.
Princess has the best dungeon design of any Zelda game ever. Period. Full stop.
Not that level. Ooh,
Full
goodness,
stop.
That was questionable content. Ocarina of Time, yes, some good level design. It has heart. It has character. I mean, it doesn't have
something.
It doesn't have the dreidel of death that Twilight Princess has, because I love that dungeon. The clock dungeon where you're going up the stairs and everything. Yeah. But yeah, Twilight Princess, I would let that one go.
Best game ever. Gosh, Zelda Twilight Princess is the greatest Zelda game of all time, behind Breath of the Wild. The end. Full stop. All right, Ed. What are we going into our list now, or are we going to talk about this direct tomorrow?
Let's quickly talk about the direct, and then we'll get into the list.
Okay. Well, there's a few rumors floating around tomorrow, and there's been some stuff leaked out already, supposedly.
Of course.
Mario Rabbids is supposedly being shown off.
That's not surprising. I would say most of us would guess that.
Persona I think is a layup at this point. If it's coming to Xbox and not Switch, the world is going to riot. Nier Automata is something that's been rumored for a while.
Because of the 4-year thing.
I don't know what that means, but sure.
They was just like the rumor that there was a game that's been out for 4 years on other platforms, and now it's finally coming to Switch. And since Nier Automata has been on PlayStation and Xbox, it's a possibility coming to Switch. Because they was like Red Dead Redemption too. I'm like, ugh.
I know who said that. But there's a pretty significant source that said the Batman Arkham Collection is coming to Switch.
That'd be nice.
So that's a pretty interesting get. I mean, those are Wii U games, so I don't see why they wouldn't make it over. I wonder if we'll get the Arkham City Armored Edition, which is like the easier version than the regular version. But
that was the Wii U version, right?
Yeah.
I think like of course they'll show probably more of Live Alive, but I think Front Mission first is coming. That was the remake of like Front Mission 1, because we didn't get a date or that much information, and they'll probably talk about Front Mission 2, or a second mission. I think they'll probably show more off of that.
I think you'll see some bigger indies too, like Silk Song and Tunic. I'm sure you'll see at this direct. I think you're going to see some Square games though. I think you're going to see like a Final Fantasy 13, some sort of something for that. Also, I think somebody in our chat said the Final Fantasy Pixel Collection, which I could totally see happening as well.
Yeah. There's probably some indie games that was from the Wholesome Direct that was kind of shown and announced that they probably would get some dates on there on a Switch and everything. EA, I don't know. I know me and you, Corey, was talking about Mass Effect coming.
Yeah, I mean, it was either Jeff Grubb or Tom Henderson or something said Mass Effect is a real possibility for Switch soon. People keep saying Bayonetta, but Bayonetta is a first-party game.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like Bayonetta 3 is trending, and I just want to like shake all these people on Twitter and be like, Bayonetta is a first-party game. Nintendo's funding and publishing it.
There's another game. I won't say it because it might trigger somebody.
Do it.
But
say it.
But it's AW.
Alan Wake remastered.
Actually, yeah, that's possibly could be
That's
shown.
been rumored for a while too. The some sort of Alan Wake has been.
But they
AW.
confirmed it. Yes, first party AW. A certain person on our team, it gets emotional when we mention it. So
Wait,
I'm
no.
not trying to.
What is it?
Query.
AW. What are you talking about? AW.
Tanks.
Oh,
people who
Advance
made
Wars.
Yes.
Also a
That's right.
first party
Andy said
game.
Andy said it. Well,
Right.
okay, quick question, because fine, yes, but and I can't take credit because someone mentioned, I think it might have been Donnie from the writing team that mentioned in one of the third-party directs that happened for Nintendo before, they announced Cadence of Hyrule.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The thing with that is because their original game was out,
Mm-hmm.
and they asked Nintendo to. They probably got in touch with Nintendo to make Cadence of Hyrule. Nintendo didn't publish Cadence of Hyrule. That was
No.
right.
They
That was-
licensed the Zelda IP, and it's cool because like the only reason why they did it is because Aonuma and Miyamoto like the first game, and they were like, this would be cool if you put a Zelda skin on it.
All right,
But they
because I
said
was
in
hoping
Japanese.
there'd be like a sneaky, loophole-y type of way that Nintendo will show something like an Advance War or a Bayonetta or a Zelda just done through like second party.
Yeah.
No. So when Nintendo pays for those developers to make their game for them, Nintendo is doing the publishing.
Yeah.
Doing the publishing. Unless the developer is doing the development and publishing, that's the reason why AW wouldn't show into it, because Nintendo owns the IP and they're publishing it, not wait for it.
Boo.
Yeah. So
I don't know. I think it's exciting that we have a 25-minute direct full of third-party games. That's a significant amount of time.
Yep.
You know, that's a hefty chunk. I mean, when we know how fast Nintendo can blow through some games.
yeah.
I think my layups are the Persona 3, 4, and 5. Those are the layups for me. I think shoot, sorry, there's something going on and I'm trying to get updates on it. I think that, Batman is a kind of a layup. I think some of these collections, I think indie games, even though they do indie showcases, I think if you bring some of the bigger indie games into third party, it brings a bigger light to indie games in general. And so I would love to see, because I'm waiting to play Tunic until it comes to Switch. I know that's dumb because I have Game Pass and I have a Backbone controller and I could totally play that game in handheld mode already. But I don't know. There's just something about that style of game that fits on Switch, and it's why I am playing Death's Door on Switch, right? It's on Game Pass, but I prefer to play it on Switch. Ninja Turtles, right? I just prefer to play that on Switch.
Which I think they'll announce the collection tomorrow.
The
for the
Cowabunga
date.
collection?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll get a date. I think Crisis Core could be getting mentioned for a date. Probably not. I won't say for a date. We will know if it's going to be physical or if it's going to be a cloud version. That would be interesting to see what they say about that. I don't know. We'll probably get some third-party games coming to Sega Genesis and Nintendo 64. We may get some for Super Nintendo and NES online. That's why I said third-party and not Nintendo for it. Yeah.
Oh,
Like-
that reminds me.
Oh,
That's-
and
go ahead.
and Microsoft with Minecraft Dungeons or something. We might get
Legends,
something
I
for
think.
Minecraft.
Well, Dungeons is getting a second or third season, and then Legends, that game they announced during the whatever that thing was they did, the
Xbox
showcase.
Showcase. Yeah.
That thing, that minor thing they did for 3 hours last week.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Stephanie.
No, when you mentioned NSO, it dawned on me because they just dropped Pokemon Snap, right? And I'm pretty sure that was the last game on their roster. So my thought well, before E3 was canceled, that E3 or whatever would showcase around the E3 timeframe is that Nintendo would kind of dish out the next wave for NSO, whether it's more N64 games or Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, whatever would be the next thing they'd introduce.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they will, just not maybe through a tweet, which would be anticlimactic, but they're going to be due in a month.
Yeah, I don't know if there's gonna be any DLC for some games. Like besides Monster Hunter, they Sunbreak, they may do like a final push to let everybody know that it's coming out, and that might be like in a montage or something. Normally they'll do that.
Well, I bet they open. I bet they open with Monster Hunter. That's pretty close, and that's pretty relevant to the Switch, right? I think they open with Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I think NBA, 2K, their next game probably would be shown.
Yeah.
And with a date and stuff. Yeah, and maybe Panic Button. I wonder if they're doing anything to port to Switch.
I mean, the rumor was a Fallout something or other, like a Fallout 3 collection or a New Vegas to Switch as well. So that could be something they could be doing, or
well, I hope they blow us away with third party, because as much as the massive fan base really wanted that first party, give us everything that we're getting, it's important that Nintendo can show that they can support third party on the Switch. They need to do that.
Why are people not happy with the lineup we have first party for the rest of the year? Why are people not happy? We have so many games this year. We've had more games this year than we've had in the last 2 years.
Are they ever really happy?
That
includes
Xenoblade, Splatoon, Pokemon, what just came out? Fire Emblem, Mario plus Rabbids, the rumored Metroid Prime remake.
We don't know that. We want to know about Metroid Prime remake.
I know.
We want to know Breath of the Wild 2.
There's been 3 leaker or insiders that have been reporting on this Metroid Prime remake, and that 2 and 3 are now also in the works as remasters. And so, I mean, that's not obviously not going to be at the Direct tomorrow, right? Because it's first party. But I think if you put a position, man, I really wanted a new Fire Emblem game, but I think that's going to be next year with Zelda and a big first quarter move. But Metroid Prime would be pretty big if they do it right.
Oh, and speaking of Zelda, real quick, I'm going to try not to extend this conversation much longer, but Corey, does the fact that this is a third-party direct, meaning they probably won't have another big direct till the fall, which will be big, do you think that'll kind of destroy the possibility of any Zelda release of any kind this year? Because Zelda won't be discussed tomorrow.
No.
In September direct, what are they going to release between September and December?
No, I still think we get a first-party direct at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a small one. Maybe it's just like a mini direct. Right, like a 15 to 20 minute one, but I still think because like we're still going to get a Splatoon centric direct at some point, probably in August, right? We're still going to get a Pokemon direct explaining Violet and Scarlet. We're still going to get these game centric ones. I think people are still interested in other things other than the things that Nintendo has to put out, especially if they have more to put out, like Zelda or Metroid.
Well, I think the thing about, because I think August Direct for Nintendo is going to happen because Tokyo Game Show will be close by, and I think Nintendo, of course, want to avoid that. I think they want to get everything ready for the fall and then let everybody know what's coming for the winter. Because, and sorry, Microsoft and Sony, but like still to this day, we don't know what their first party plans is. A lot of people are really disappointed with Microsoft because of their game show with 2022 and 23 and not having no release dates because people can't plan for it. And I'm not saying, what
I mean, they did say that those are all games that are coming. Most of them are coming to Game Pass, and almost all of them are coming out in the next 12 months.
12 months, yeah. But I think people want to be like, what am I going to play on the system now and for the rest of the year? I think people just want literally want dates and stuff. And the same thing with Sony, and that's why I said I'm not knocking them or anything, but I think people are just like, we invested in these systems and we want to get something out of it. As much as people may get on Switch and or anything, people who haven't invested is getting something out of it. Nintendo is consistently releasing something, or they're promoting something. There's, even if you haven't picked the game up at a point in time, there's still something there whenever you're ready to jump into it. So Nintendo's not doing the N64 thing where it's 2 games and then 4 or 6 months later more games come out. No, they've been trying to and this is just for first party, I'm saying. I think they really want to keep a consistent role of giving you great quality in games. And yes, they know that there is a lot of delays, but Nintendo has other companies, and that's why they're working with Way4 and Mercury Steam and all these indie games to put something out for them to publish. Because while their in-house stuff is getting done, they can have another party outside of them be able to work on the game and then get it out and fill in that gap for what's missing. They got a good relationship with Platinum and Sega. They got a good relationship with Koei Tecmo and a good relationship with Bandai Namco. And those 3 companies are helping Nintendo put out product. So I think that consistent role is what I guess I know there's expectations, but I'm just like, hey, there's a consistent role of games. So you can't say that Nintendo don't have, first party wise, don't have nothing coming out when there's a consistency there.
Yeah. So as always, we'll have some sort of direct recap show after the direct. At some point, I don't know when it's going to go up. I don't know who's going to be on it, but we're going to try to do it because I think it's important to kind of go over the third party stuff for Switch.
Corey, I don't know how we're going to do it.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll get it done. I think that it's just exciting to see. Oh, I think Sonic Frontiers is also probably like a shoe-in, by the way.
In the show?
Yeah.
In the partner direct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, don't want to spend too much more time because we have 90 games to talk about, guys. So,
let's do it.
So
Okay.
I feel like I need to crack open another beverage. So I'm gonna do that.
So everybody, it's time for Doc Mode. We have reached 300 episodes, and we decided to make our personal top 30 Nintendo games. Now, all these games aren't first party only, because they're any game that has appeared on a Nintendo platform. You ready, Elite Block agents? Let's go! So, we are doing our top 30 games. And it doesn't mean that because it's in a certain place that one is better than the other. This is just our personal list.
No, yes, it does. Also, I know we're probably going to have a lot of similar games. So, like, if say I talk about, some game A and you guys both have game A on your list, let's just have the group conversation. And then when we get to it on your list, we'll just, you'll say, oh, game A is at number 18 on my list, and we'll just skip past it, right? Like, I don't want to, have 3 separate conversations about the same game.
Okay.
So,
Fair enough. Totally fair.
especially because there's, Ed and I were kind of, no offense, Stephanie, we were kind of planning on this being a 2-man podcast, and then we invited Stephanie on, and that just added 30 extra games. So, I kind of just, anyways.
I see how it is.
Yes.
We wouldn't have invited you if you wouldn't have begged us. Gosh.
So,
just kidding.
Who would like to go first?
Me.
How should we do it? So, Corey, you will go first. Stephanie, you will go second, and I will go last. And we'll continue to go.
Yeah. All right. Game number 30 for me, Ed. I know this is on your list. Stephanie, I don't know if this will be on your list, but it should be if you haven't played it. Skies of Arcadia Legends.
Not on my list.
It's not?
No.
Oh my gosh, Ed, come on. It was Skies of Arcadia was a Dreamcast RPG that was really, I feel like, ahead of its time in terms of what it was trying to do. It was really colorful. The cast of characters was great. And then Skies of Arcadia Legends added content and a character that had been cut from the Dreamcast version, and they ported it to GameCube after the Dreamcast died. And it was just a really fun game that I think is an underrated gem. I don't think a lot of people really played Skies of Arcadia. And it's definitely, we were kind of talking about what GameCube game should be remade for Switch. Skies of Arcadia should definitely be a game that comes back. I just really like that game. I love the characters. I love the personality that game oozes. Vice or Vice, I think it's Vice, is, he's just a interesting kind of protagonist that you kind of go on the story with, and I just really like Skies of Arcadia, and I am shocked this isn't on your list.
I think when we was talking about if Sega came out with a new console, definitely because they own Atlas would make a killer Skies of Arcadia remake.
Yeah.
Or sequel. It's not on my list. I did have it for GameCube. I did play it. I did enjoy it. I think it didn't make my list because of those ship battles. I didn't understand them and I didn't enjoy them. But like the battling system and everything else, I enjoyed. It's just that when you had to fight the ships, like that the 1v1 ship battles, I just did not like.
Yeah. I do want to say the Dreamcast box art is superior to the GameCube box art. Just going to throw that out there.
I always thought they was the same.
Nope. Definitely not. Anyways, that's game number 30 for me. So, Stephanie, what's your 30th game?
My 30th game will start with an oldie, Killer Instinct Gold.
Ooh, interesting.
Because I am not a big fighter game player, just because I'm horrible at it. I'm a button masher. But it does give me good memories about just the arcade games, because sometimes if you button mash, you win back in the day. It depends on the game, right? And I don't always succeed with the combos, but the combos were big in that game, and the finishing moves. And I don't know why I like this better than Mortal Kombat back then, like the equivalent. I forgot what number Mortal Kombat was on when this came out. Maybe it's because I'm biased to Rare games. I love playing as Orchid, I believe, and just a lot of nostalgia playing with my cousins. So starting off with an N64 game, Killer Instinct Gold, number 30. See, Corey, I kept it short and sweet.
Why are you looking at me? I'm just hanging out.
Well, my number 30 starts off with Super Mario Land 2, the 6 golden coins. Love the gameplay, love the music, love the design is bunkers. It just was a great, fantastic game that I don't think that needs to change or anything. I really enjoyed that game, and I love the power of Mario having a hat with the wings on it, and you have to hit the A button to slow him down and everything. And just like it was very like the level design, like you go into like Owl's house and stuff and everything, and like the lens, it was just so good. And you, instead of collecting stars or anything, you collected these 6 gold coins and everything. Like it was so much fun. It really knocked out Super Mario Land, because you see how basic Super Mario Land looks on the Game Boy, and then you see that because of the 16-bit Super Mario World, they took that style and that look and made it into the the Game Boy for 6 golden coins.
Yeah.
So that one is my number 30, and I would love to see that game remade for Switch.
I mean, I think you're going to see those. I think this year you're going to see the Game Boy collection come, and that's going to be one of the premier titles. I don't see not having Game Boy coming. But anyways, my number 29 game, not much to say about this game except that it's really fun, and it's really my first experience with this franchise later on the Game Boy Advance was the original Metroid. super cool game, really atmospheric. The music was cool. Going left is obviously like a big kind of, you need to go left to go right type thing. Great game. I think that game is underrated and overshadowed by stuff like Super Metroid and Fusion and even Zero Mission. I know Zero Mission is kind of a remake of the first game, but like I think that first game is super charming and hard in a way that feels challenging, but not in a way that feels unfair. It's just a fun, great game, and if you want to play it on the NES Nintendo Switch Online package, it is a fun one. Dated, but fun.
I'm still trying to beat that game.
Well,
the first
Ed,
one.
you're just not as great at retro games as I am.
I don't know.
Are you saying that at that retro code, really?
Mm-hmm.
Them fighting words.
Well, I won't know because I won't say it because there's something that happened in Super Mario Brothers 3 that kills me.
Look,
and I would
okay, the Switch controller is not made for NES games, okay?
That was a time of our lives.
There was such a delay, and the wrong button jumps, okay? You know what, Stephanie, what's your 29 game?
Look.
God, 7 years with this guy.
I'm sorry, I can't talk. I just am enjoying. I'm just getting pure joy watching Ed laugh.
At my expense. Thanks.
Yes, even more so. That makes it doubly enjoyable.
Well, shoot, when I died in the game, he would do the clap feature in the NES Online.
I did. It's funny though.
This is where you guys need to stream or something. I want to see it.
We will.
And laugh along.
We're gonna get there at some point. I think
we still have the Legend of Zelda Super Metroid.
I know, but those videos are so broken because we didn't know what we were doing.
Yeah.
All right, 29. This is a non-Nintendo IP. I don't know why I struggled with that, but it is from one of my favorite developers / publishers that is not Nintendo, Annapurna, and it's Donut County.
Ooh.
And I'm shocked this made my list. But the more I thought, because it's a short game, it's simple, it's easy, but it's very enjoyable. You can play it piecemeal. It's something to pass the time by. The music great, and it's really freaking funny. That raccoon.
Yeah.
He says the funniest stuff. I took so many screenshots, and there's always that logo, have a garbage day. I want a t-shirt that says have a garbage day. That's fantastic. Or business card so I can just hand it out. Hi, I'm Steph. Have a garbage day. But there's
I have it on PS4 and I am 30. I need to finish it on there, but yeah, Donut County is funny.
Yeah.
Good.
And like I normally go for like really story rich, heavy, long video games, but sometimes you need a good palate cleanser, and I just think Donut County is just very excellent quality, and that's why it's made my top 30.
Okay.
Nice.
So my number 29 is TMNT Turtles in Time.
Too low
for the Super Nintendo.
It's on my list as well. That I have it at. Man, hold on. I gotta see. I have Turtles in Time at number 7 on my list.
Wow.
Me and Corey have talked this game to death, so everybody know how we feel about it. It was one of my comfort games. I have beat it on every mode. For difficulty, I have beat it in with every character and their comic version of this game.
Yep.
Like I was playing Turtles in Time when I got my Super Nintendo and I got Turtles in Time for it because I got it for Christmas. When I got that game, I played it almost every day in different ways and stuff. Like even with Michelangelo, I played that game with. But Donatello would usually be the first one that I go to because of his long reach and how powerful he was.
Yeah.
But Raphael became my fave in that game because it was easy to throw people because he was so quick.
Yeah.
And everything, and it was like the comfort game after school for me. So yeah, TMNT Turtles in Time. The best Turtles game, probably.
Yeah, no, it is the best Turtles game.
Yeah.
I would say Hyperstone Heist is a 1B, but nobody played Hyperstone Heist except for me, apparently.
I
So.
did too.
No, I mean, but nobody talks about Hyperstone Heist the way they talk about Turtles in Time, which is fine, right? Like, I think Turtles in Time is superior, but yeah, Turtles in Time is a game I spent a lot of time with when I went over to my friend's house. We would play other games, but we'd always play through Turtles in Time like once or twice before we played any other game. Even like, I remember even when like PS2 came out and we were playing like Madden and all these other kind of show off games, he still had a Super Nintendo hooked up and we would still play Turtles in Time before we played anything else.
I used to with Turtles in Time. I used to switch my man to like the lowest, so I would only have like one life.
Didn't do that.
It was, yeah, that's how much I played that game because it felt like everything I knew. So it was just waiting for stuff to happen and bam.
Yeah. But yeah, Turtles in Time is number 7 on my list. I think the games in my top 10 are going to be my forever games, I don't see my list really changing out of my top 10. But yeah, I thought about putting Turtles in Time higher, actually. It was close. I had it floating between 4 and 7 for a while. And ultimately I put it at 7. But so number 28 for me is Super Mario Bros. 3. Played that game a lot growing up. When I had an NES, I only had the Mario games and the Ninja Turtles games, and like Donkey Kong Jr. and the really unnecessarily racist Tom Sawyer Adventures of Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, which was like a terrible ripoff of an already bad game, Bayou Billy, but with a little extra racism in it. I'm not gonna repeat the words, but there is an indigenous person in there and a black person in there, and that's all you need to know.
Exactly.
Boy, what a terrible game. But yeah, I mean, Super Mario Brothers 3, I remember seeing it. I know everybody saw it in The Wizard, right, for the first time, but the first time I saw it was in Three Ninjas. And I thought, what is that? Because I had been playing Mario 2 forever. And Mario 3 was awesome. The raccoon suit, obviously one of the most iconic suits in Mario history. The boot, where you could go across like the black piranha plants or whatever. The frog suit, right? There's so many great suits in that game. There's so many great levels in that game. The bosses are fun. The airships, iconic, right? And
Yes.
The final fight with Bowser is just really ridiculous and fun and just really stupid because he's like ground pounding, and spoilers, I guess, for Mario 3, but like you don't actually hit Bowser, you just dodge him and he'll like butt stomp, and you have to get him to butt stomp through the floor to kill himself.
Ouchie.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, that game is special. Mario 3 is an all-time classic game. I don't care what anybody says. I actually think it's better than Super Mario World. I know there's a discussion. I think I'm a little bit biased because I never really had a Super Nintendo, right? But Mario 3, all-time classic. The warp whistles, right? The just so many cool things. So that's my number 28. Anybody else have Mario 3 on their list?
Good pick.
No, not for me.
What?
It's the first. Yeah, it's
What?
the first game that I got from Suncoast.
Oh, Ed, you're killing
Super
me.
Mario Bros. 3 is not on it.
Why?
Corey, if it's any consolation, Super Mario World is on it, and I was between that and Super Mario 3.
That's
Or
fair.
Mario 3, sorry.
I think because
I'm just surprised, Ed. I thought this list was going to be full of Mario games for Ed. That's all.
No. I I literally had to take a lot of that off because half of my list was Mario and The Legend of Zelda and Metroid.
Yeah.
You know, I had to take stuff off because I'm just like, I got to take this off. I know it's gonna hurt, but it is what it is.
My top 5 is embarrassing.
Wind Waker,
Well-
Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time.
Stop
of the
giving it
Wild.
away.
Well, Stephanie, what is your number 28?
My 28 is Donkey Kong Country. So another Super Nintendo game. I didn't own it, but I got to play it a lot, and that was my first introduction to Donkey Kong. And at that time, I just really, really loved that IP and set me up for my love for Donkey Kong 64, which might make an appearance later. Another rare game, and I love playing Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong. Diddy Kong was my favorite. And I just feel like they had a lot of really great levels, and King K. Rool's one of my favorite baddies of Nintendo. So I don't know if this really made anyone's list. It's it's more of a nostalgia thing for me.
Not my list. So.
It's also not on my list. Although I did have some really fond times of Donkey Kong Country.
It's a fun game, so that's why it's not high up on the list, but it's made it.
You know who would it would be on their list if she was here would be Celeste.
Yeah, see, she has good taste.
Although I think
Shout out to you, Celeste.
Yeah, I think Donkey Kong Country 3 would probably be on her list because she talks about Dixie a lot. So,
yeah.
All right, Ed.
My number 28 is Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity.
Oh.
whoa!
Wow.
You put Age of
love
Calamity
this.
on your list and not Mario 3? What? Who are you?
I'm so surprised.
Who are you?
Wowie.
I told you I made the sacrifice for a lot of stuff. Can
It's
I
like I don't even
explain?
know you anymore.
I love this game. Just that all the characters are champions, beating them up, the music. There's so much to do in this game, and I love the story of this game. Like when I got it that Friday, and of course, I showed my Mountain Dew and the pizza and all of that stuff. I was playing hours and hours, and I could not stop talking about it. Like it was my weekend game, man. Playing this Musu game, because I love Hyrule Warriors. I love that one on Wii U. But rock music is amazing with the soundtrack, and this one it was just beating enemies up, and just the physics and with these characters. I couldn't stop gabbing about this game, and I couldn't stop playing it. And it was our Pow Block Game of the Year when it came out, for that episode. And yes, I'm going to be shady to Cyberpunk. I'm lucky that game got moved before Hyrule Warriors came out, because that game would have got clowned and Hyrule Warriors with the Trump.
I mean, technically, Cyberpunk didn't even really come out until like 2 months ago. Let's be honest.
It is true.
And I played the Xbox One version when it came out.
Same as I mean, if you wanted to play the real version of Cyberpunk, you had to have Stadia. And really,
I mean,
so that's the only game for Stadia that is worth to have.
Is it?
But yeah,
Evie, there's 4 other platforms you could have Cyberpunk on. You really want to waste it on Stadia?
I've been talking about at the time it came out. I'm not talking about now. But yeah, Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity is my number 28.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
So Corey, what is your 27?
My number 27, Ed, is a little game called N++.
Nice.
I think I actually liked the first one better, but it never came out on a Nintendo platform, so I put this one here because I played a lot of it anyway. Also, the Switch version's buttons are backwards, just like Super Mario Brothers and Mario 3 and all the other games where you don't use B to jump. But yeah, N++ is a hardcore platforming game where all you do, there's no attacks, there's no jumping on things to kill them. It's just straight platforming and obstacles. And, you can kind of fly through the levels and do the platforming and stuff, but there's these little gold blocks that you collect throughout the levels, and every one you collect extends time. And if you collect all the gold blocks in a level, you get a little kind of special marking on the level that says you 100%ed the level. And if you want a hardcore platforming challenge, N++ is so much fun. It's very simplistic art. You're this little kind of stick figure ninja running around, and lasers are going off and traps and all these things. But N++, highly recommended. I don't really know what else to say about it. It's so good.
Okay, Stephanie.
Next one. I've spoken about it before on a podcast episode that will come out later, but it is Rampage on the N64.
Nice.
Say what you will about the game, but there's just something at my age that was very satisfying about just destroying a city. It's the side scrolling, you climb up and you just like manually punch your way, and you'll see like people taking a shower. Well, I mean the graphics, it's not a big deal, but like people like just sitting down and you just literally eat them. And I think like, if you get attacked and you take enough damage, I think you turn back into your naked human self before you got transformed into your monster form. And my favorite was, I think there's George, Lizzie, and Ralph. And Ralph was the like wolf guy, and he was my favorite. I would always play as Ralph. Just love that game, love the memories. Anytime I go to like an old school, not an arcade, but it's these places where it's a bunch of TVs and every TV has like a system or console set up there, and you can like sift through old games. I'll go play Rampage. So I've never seen the movie. I don't want to see the movie.
You should. It's really good. It's really fun. It's actually an okay watch. It's not like amazing, but if you want to watch stuff blow up and giant monsters fight each other,
well, maybe.
and The Rock.
It's a good popcorn movie.
Yeah, I liked it, but also I'm not the person to go to for good movies, so you can take with that what you will, I guess.
But Rampage has made my list. Back in the Blockbuster days, that would be the game that I would always rent. Even though one time, I again told the story in a different podcast episode, but for those who haven't heard it, my dad brought home Turok instead of Rampage one day.
Ooh. Ouch.
Yeah, so anyway, that's my next one, 27.
Nice.
Okay. My number 27 is Rhyme. And this indie game, when I finished it, I put the controller down. It's one of the games that left me speechless. And I played this on PS4, and I know it came to Switch later on, and they had to do some updates. But the music, the emotions, that final piece with just a piano accompaniment to it, like it really left me just like I'm. Why has this game done this to me? Like, it was sad. I understand this. I understand the story. I think it's probably one of my first PS4 games of all time, and I think it. If it didn't come out the year where Titanfall 2 came out, I think it got Game of the Year for me when it came out, because I did a quick review for this, and I didn't put it on Boss Rush. I kind of wrote it on Facebook, and I was just mesmerized by this whole experience. It's one of the games that I could go back and replay and see what stuff that I missed, but it's one of those games that I want to just. If I decide to go back, I'll go back to it and see if I still have that feeling. But I just feel like it was a perfect game when it came out. There were some problems here and there, but Rhyme it's a game that I feel like people need to experience. And if it was at the time where everybody was talking about narrative in games, and everything, and I know how people were big about narrative in God of War, I'm like, you need to play Rhyme then. If y'all just finding out what narrative is, you need to play Rhyme. And definitely if you're a dad, you need to play Rhyme, because it's just a roller coaster of emotions, but it's so good. It really is so good.
Yeah. I remember you and Jesse talking about that game a lot.
Yeah, I have a discussion about it on Optional Opinion about this game, because, like I said, it left me speechless. And I was so happy that I got to play it on PS4. I didn't get to play it on Switch, but knowing that it came to it, it allowed me to put it on my list. But yeah, this game is it's just like an all-time classic to me. So, but number 26, Corey.
My number 26 is Super Meat Boy. Another hardcore platformer. Not really much to say about it. It's just really fun, really quirky. I love the you die, you restart right away type of thing. And my favorite thing about the game is that when you die, the replay shows all of your Meat Boys running through the stage, and every time one dies, like, it'll show the death. But sometimes you'll have, like, if you do really well, there'll be like 2 or 3 Meat Boys. But if you are really bad at a stage, it'll have like 30 or 40 Meat Boys running through the stage and just dying. It's super fun. I highly recommend it if you are into hardcore kind of challenging platformers. Cool art style, great soundtrack, funny boss. It's super cool. So Super Meat Boy is my next game.
Yes. Stephanie, number 26.
All right, Paxos, join me for the rest of the count. Number 26 is Pokemon Snap, and I mean N64 Pokemon Snap. 2 things. It's just a good game. It was a very, it was a fresh twist on the Pokemon franchise at that time. And I have not played the new Pokemon Snap, but I already could tell from what I heard about it that the original is better, because you can do so many different things to get different reactions out of the Pokemon, like throw food and throw, I don't know if it was like some stink bomb or something. I forgot off the top of my head what you can do. I don't know. I don't think it's as varied in the new one. So anyway, I just love Pokemon Snap. And again, I do have a personal tie with it. Oh, my cat is drooling on me again. It stinks. I used to go to Vermont every summer because my dad did triathlons up there, and we'd stay at this inn. And at that inn, the owner had a daughter who was my age, so I had someone to play with. And they had an N64, and she had Pokemon Snap. So every summer, I associated with, I'm going to Vermont to play Pokemon Snap with my friend. So,
all right.
Yeah, Pokemon's a great franchise. It's going to make a couple more appearances, and I just think Pokemon Snap is a nice change up in for them.
Yeah. Well, my number 26 is NBA Jam for Super Nintendo.
Ooh, NBA Jam. Good pick.
Yes. Me and my brother rented this game from Blockbuster. We loved the arcade. But we got to play it as Bill Clinton. There was some white boy like that you would find, like he was hitting threes, and you would get like, after your 3 shots, you would be on fire, and he was easier to use. We played that for a whole weekend, and just had a ball. First time that we stayed over my grandma's house to play this game. But yeah, NBA Jam for Super Nintendo was the basketball games when it came out. And even if you had the Sega Genesis version, it was literally fun to play. So yeah, number 26, NBA Jam. And yes, there are some more sports games on my list. But yeah, NBA Jam, that was my game.
Interesting. Speaking of sports games, Ed, my number 25 game, it's actually 2 games, but they're essentially the same game. SSX Tricky and SSX 3 on the GameCube. Man, SSX was like the game I think everybody wanted 1080 and cool borders to be, right? It was just this over-the-top snowboarding racing game with tricks and cool characters and fun boards, and the goal was to have like as many ridiculous tricks as possible to get the boost. And man, SSX is so cool. I want a new one, but like, I know they made it for made a reboot for 360, but I want like I would love an HD remaster of those first 3 games. Like, it would be so cool. I mean, I guess you could throw On Tour in there too, but man, SSX ridiculous snowboarding is so good. So fun. So yeah, that's my pick.
Awesome.
All right. Next
Stephanie.
for me, shocker, I probably should have balanced my list out better. Another rare game, and that's Jet Force Gemini.
Yes.
That was my introduction to like your sci-fi game. I mean, like compared to nowadays that comes out, like it's obviously this pales in comparison. But hey, Jet Force Gemini was one of my base games for N64 that I got. I love that you could rotate between the 3 characters because each character had like a different ability. I think the guy could like walk through lava or something or fire, and the girl could swim underwater, and the dog could like hover for a couple seconds, and you have to rescue those cute little teddy bear aliens. Which, by the way, that was the first game that, you know, kind of made it difficult because you could accidentally kill them. You could shoot them. If you're just going crazy, just blasting all these bug enemies, you could also be blowing the head off of an adorable teddy bear creature that you're supposed to save. I enjoyed all the different planets. Everything was really diverse, and I loved exploring everything. And again, as I mentioned, the bad guys are like insects or insect robots, and it just gave me so much satisfaction to blow them up and see their green goo everywhere.
Yes. I love that game. I love Jet Force Gemini. Well, my number 25 is Chrono Trigger. And I remember seeing this in EGM. I remember renting it from Blockbuster. I remember buying this from Toys R Us for the DS. I bought the game for PlayStation 1 and had to turn my system upside down. Plus, it also came with a copy of Final Fantasy V. But Chrono Trigger, I did beat it on the Super Nintendo. I love the time travel mechanics, the new game plus. The boss fights and all the characters and everything, seeing having a main protagonist die and you have a quest to bring him back, or you could go and finish the game without him. Like, that was big at the time. Like, you never see anything like that in a RPG. And the crazy fact is, you had 3 of the biggest designers come together. You know, you had the creator of Final Fantasy, the creator of Dragon Quest, and Akira Toriyama, who did the art. Those 3 came together to do Chrono Trigger, because Enix and Squaresoft were like, they were the 2 big RPG companies, but they weren't on the same level. They was kind of somewhat competing, because Dragon Quest, or Dragon Warrior in America, had to be released on certain days because of how popular it was and everything. Or that was the rumor of it. But to hear that they all came together to make this game, man, it changed JRPGs. Even today, in other mediums of video games, like other genres, you still get new game plus, still to this very day. And it was kind of all thanks to Chrono Trigger for a lot of people. So that's my number 25. Corey, what's your number 24?
All right, my number 24, Ed, is a little game called Shovel Knight. Shovel Knight Treasure Trove is a fantastic package. 4 campaigns, a card game, a multiplayer Smash clone. It's just a wonderful, wonderful package, and kind of surprised me when I started playing it, but after I played, the first level or 2, like, I was hooked. I would say the Spectre Knight campaign in particular is far and away the best campaign that they did. King of Cards was fine. The original Shovel Knight campaign is really good. I would say the only one that I would still play them all, but the worst one I would say would be the Plague Knight DLC, which was fine, but the Spectre Knight DLC's story was so fun and made you really feel for that character and what that character became in the it's a prequel to the Shovel Knight campaign. I think all the campaigns are prequels to the main Shovel Knight campaign. But yeah, Shovel Knight, great pixel art, awesome soundtrack, great writing in terms of mix of comedy and, you know, seriousness. It's so much fun. If you haven't played it by now, I don't know why. They just came
It's
out.
on sale.
It is on sale. And they came out and said that they sold like 5 or 6 million units in 8 years or something. So that's wild that game is 8 years old, by the way. But yeah.
Hey, Corey, guess what? That's my number 23 game.
Ooh. I debated on that being higher, and I kind of wish I would have put it higher now, but I didn't. So that's on me.
It's not on my list. But I own the game and I own the amiibos.
I do have all the amiibo except for the golden Shovel Knight.
I think I got the golden Shovel Knight. I may have it. I have to look.
So, anyways,
right.
Stephanie.
So my next game, 24, is Gree.
Yes!
Mhm.
That is my number 8.
Okay, yeah. I know it. Some of these were difficult as far as where in the ranking they'd be, but I think Gree is one of the first games I've triple dipped ever in my life. I own it digitally on the Switch. I own the physical copy on Switch thanks to limited run, I think.
Yes.
And then I have the PS4 copy.
Okay. We are in the same boat. I own it for Switch and the physical for Switch, and I own the digital version of Gree. I actually have it on my YouTube page where I streamed the whole game because we was doing Talk the Walk.
I'm telling you, I don't know what else I could say other than just like the music is amazing. The story is just so in the feels, and it's just a visually stunning game. The colors, the attention to colors is one of the best that I've seen, especially for an indie game.
Yeah, that soundtrack. My friend Larry from World 1-1, he has the art book, and man, that I want that art book so bad. But when I don't know where it came from, but I remember seeing, I think, the ad for that game on Facebook. And I'm like, what is this? Because Gree just came out of nowhere. Like, didn't nobody know what it was. And I just see that game in motion and animation. I'm just like, I need to buy this. And the moment Devolver Digital dropped it, I literally bought it. And that's all I could play. Gree. Yeah. My number 8, everybody.
It's not on my list, but it's and I think we kind of played it at the same time and we talked about it. That game is beautiful. It's a special game. And, yeah, I don't know. I love the art. I want prints to hang up in my house. Like, not like a framed one, but like a real canvas print to hang up.
Yeah.
Game's so beautiful.
Yeah, shout out to Celeste and David Geiser from Another Zelda podcast for doing the Talk the Walk with us. If you have not seen that episode, everybody, do go watch that episode because there was stuff that I learned from everybody. So,
All right, Ed.
Well, my number 24, Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Good choice.
I love the graphics. Still keep my mouth agape on how is this game running on Wii U hardware.
It's so much better looking than the Switch versions of these games. Like, yes. It is astronomically better looking. I don't understand how this game runs on a Wii U. Like, I don't understand. And I know they had that 19 gig patch that you could download to make, the game look better and run better and extra assets and whatever, but like, I don't understand how that game runs on the Wii U. It is an amazing looking game.
It's an expensive world. I think the only problem that I had was some of the missions didn't tell you where you needed to go. I wish they would have fixed that. But I just looking at the water, looking at some of the lands, I literally just stood there and just be like, how is this how is this? Like, there's no frame problems, like no frame drops or anything. Everything was consistent. And I know people make fun of the town music with the like I know people make fun of that, but it was a game that, and I love the box art for Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful color combination, just like, man, this game looks gorgeous and everything. So yeah, I know it's low, but 24 Xenoblade Chronicles X, like, I can't speak enough about it. Me and Corey has probably talked about this game to death. So yeah.
Excellent.
Corey, what's your number 23?
It's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. I would say the first 3 games in particular. But if I have to pick one, I guess 2 would be the one that you would pick. What do I need to say about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater that hasn't been said? You know, I played a lot of it on Nintendo 64. I told this on the upcoming standard definition of it, Nintendo 64, but it was the first time I ever experienced needing a memory card was for Tony Hawk on on that console. And the music and the mechanics and the just, I don't know, it was at a time where that game hit at the right time, and it's just such an amazing game. And the fact that, like, I got to replay 1 and 2, first on Xbox, and I ended up getting it on the Switch as well, just because that game is such a great portable game. And I was actually shocked how good the Switch version was. It runs great, it looks great. It's the perfect it's a perfect Switch game because each run is 2 minutes, So if you're going somewhere and you want to really, like, take a stab at one of these levels, it's 2 minutes. Your runs are 2 minutes, and all the music, they got all the music back from the first 2 games with, a few new songs. They got all of the all the athletes back, plus a few new ones, right? Like, it's just, man, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 is just a phenomenal game. I have it on here as the Nintendo 64 version, but I would actually recommend the Switch version. It's that good. It is such a faithful recreation. It is that good.
Oh.
Also,
Right.
It has lyrics in the songs and not just a 30-second loop of the song music. Like the Nintendo 64 version. I remember the first time I played Tony Hawk 1 on a Dreamcast and not a Nintendo 64. I'm like, whoa, there's, like, real music in this game. So that's my number 20. What, number 3?
3.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll pass the baton right to you, Ed, because my 23 was Shovel Knight, which we covered.
Okay. So my number 23 is Mischief Maker. I love this game. I love shaking these enemies up, and I love Treasure so much. And when I played this game, this was my first one before I played Gunstar Heroes and some of their other games. And I didn't know anything about Treasure, but when I found out they were ex-Konami guys who made Contra 3, the Alien Wars, I'm like, oh, I need to play their games. And this was their first game that I played. And it's just so odd and weird, but it's challenging, but yet fun. And this is what made me love Treasure even more. It just felt like it didn't even feel like a Konami game. It just felt something original and organic that no one else could do and everything. So I won't keep it there. Mischief Maker is number 23. Someone please bring it to N64 Online so I could play that game.
Yes, please.
Come on, Treasure.
Yeah,
That
honorable
seems-
mention, because that was a game I rented a few times. I couldn't figure it out, but I remember really liking it. Sorry, Corey.
I was just going to say that seems like a perfect game for NSO.
Yes.
Treasure, Sin and Punishment is on there. I don't see why Mischief Makers wouldn't make it there. But
Exactly.
that's just me. All right,
All right, Corey.
I guess it's my turn again. Number 22, is that what we're on? Okay.
Yes.
This is a Super Nintendo game that I loved quite dearly. Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. It's a fun kind of 2D platformer, but the big draw of the game was that you had these different suits that gave you different abilities, similar to Mega Man in a way, I guess. Except you didn't get the suits from fighting the bosses. You got them for, I think you got them for completing the level, or you got them for the level. I don't know. I forget how you got the suits, but anyways, like you got these suits, and one was like a firefighter, and one was kind of like this Peter Pan looking guy, and one was, it offered a lot of variety, and then you could kind of go back and get secrets and stuff. It was really good. They remade it for Game Boy Advance, and I actually found out recently that there are actually 3 of those games on the Game Boy Advance, and that Minnie Mouse is included, and it's just more of the same, and I had no idea those games existed. But somebody is chasing them down. Like me. I'm chasing them down. Because I want to play them. The game was cool.
Yes.
Also, there's these little tomato plants that you pick that turn into little helicopters that you could fly up to higher up.
Oh, so cute.
That's it. Stephanie, what's your next game?
Yeah, I'll be quick on it, because I know we're really just kind of partially there. Rayman Legends.
Ooh,
nice.
Yeah, I was kind of juggling between like Rayman, Crash Bandicoot, and Spyro whenever they made it to Switch, but I feel like Rayman just really works well with the Nintendo system, and it's just a great platforming game. It's just a lot of fun. And, that franchise has been around for a while, and I feel like it holds up, and that's why I kind of picked Legends as the particular one. So, I don't have honestly too much to add. It's just something I just genuinely enjoy, in a game that I can just play casually on the Switch.
The music levels are super cool.
Yes, thank you. I almost forgot about that. So I love it.
Well, my number 22 is Metroid Dread.
Ooh.
I love this game. I know it's low because it's kind of still like a new game. But man, that Craig fight, the action in this game, even just the water, that final boss fight,
so epic.
So epic. And then Samus talks a little bit, and you get more story from the Metroid series. The robots were creepy, like you would really like feel the suspense of trying to get away from them and hide. But it really, and I know there's controversy with David Jaffe and everything, but that's his situation. I have nothing to do with that. This game is literally once again a perfect 10. And I could see Super Metroid being redone in this style. I really feel like Mercury Steam is now kind of the devs to go to for a 2D Metroid game. And Nintendo, if that company think it's about to run out of money, I know somebody invested in them. Nintendo, if you need to save a company and acquire someone, Mercury Steam needs to be that company.
Yeah, Ed, that cracked my top 20. Metroid Dread is number 15 for me. It's higher up there because I unfortunately didn't get to experience any of the previous Metroids games I was never exposed to it. So I kind of put it higher up because that's kind of my representation of the Metroid franchise, and I agree. The graphics are stunning. Like, it made because I prefer 3D over 2D in general, but it made 2D just extremely fun. The boss battles were epic, and it was hard, but
it almost doesn't feel like a 2D game, though.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Every section of that planet was very different. It had a theme, and I really liked it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also really like it. It might have made my list if I would have finished it, but I haven't finished it yet because I keep getting lost. But the art direction's really awesome. I love the way the game looks. I think this is Samus's coolest costume or armor set, I guess. Costume. The Emmys are scary. I just think that this game is a wonderful game, and it's made me really want to go back and play the other Metroid games. Like ended up getting Samus Returns for 3DS and plugging in my 3DS just to play it, and I really hope that, Fusion and Zero Mission end up coming over. And this is a wonderful game. So, yep.
Yeah. All right, Corey, what is your...
Oh, it's my turn. Sorry,
Yeah,
Stephanie was talking. I
21st?
forgot. It was my turn. Okay. Mario Golf Toadstool Tour on the GameCube. It's just a dumb, fun game, but I played a ton of it, and I actually played a lot of the mini golf. It has one of the best mini golf modes that I've ever seen in a video game, and I really miss that in the new Mario Golf game. I don't know. There's just something about that game that had a lot of heart and a lot of depth and a lot of different modes that made it fun. And yeah, I mean, I really don't have anything else really to say. It's a Mario Golf game, but it was a really fun, quirky Mario Golf game, and the mini golf mode was so cool. I really hope that when NSO brings GameCube games over, that's one of the ones that comes over too. So
mini golf.
Yeah. Stephanie?
Nice. Another one I'll keep short. I had to throw a Telltale game in there. It's the Batman Telltale game.
Yes.
That is available on the Switch, and it runs fine because it's a Telltale game, and it's just I love choosing your own adventure, and I think Batman is one of the best. I mean, there's several really good ones, but it is one of the best, and I did end up playing it on the Switch, even though I think I also own it on PlayStation, but that's why it's technically on this list, because I own it on the Switch and I played it on the Switch. So
yeah, I thought about going back and playing it on the Switch because I remember both of them were on sale for like $5 for the whole series.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I started playing them on Xbox because both seasons were free with Games with Gold.
Yeah.
But after I got through the first episode, like, Xbox doesn't recognize that I own them. And so none of my achievements popped, and it wouldn't allow me to access the second episode of the first season. So I stopped playing. But I loved that episode. The first episode was so good. And man, you know what? I'm going to download that on my Switch because now I kind of want to play it.
There you go.
I have The Enemy Within, so that's the one I need to start playing and finish. But I love the first one.
Yeah. It's also got that cool kind of dark noir mode, like the black and white mode.
Black and white.
Yeah.
I will probably play it with color because I like color, but I think that was a cool addition to that.
Sure.
There we go. Batman downloading to your Switch now. Thank you.
All right. Passing the ball to you, Ed.
Well, my number 21 is Tales of Symphonia. My first Tales game. I love the combos in this game. Learning, the new moves. On GameCube, it was a 2 disc. The first disc was blue and the second disc was red, to represent the 2 different worlds that is in the game. You find your Driscoll. There's a character named Chocolat.
Love it.
And I think she was the one. I think she was the professor who would smack her nephew around and everything. Like, if he got out of line, she would go up and just literally smack him. And it was funny and everything. But it's a great love story. It kind of reminded me a little bit of Secret of Mana. With it. The gameplay is just I love getting into boss encounters and everything and getting all of those combos, because it was kind of, to me, I feel like it was the first Tales game that came to America. I think there was previous ones, but it was a game that just fell into my lap. But Tales of Symphonia, it's Nepco. I'll give it a try, and just thoroughly enjoyed it. So that's my number 21. Tales of Symphonia, and then when the HD came out for PlayStation, I'm just like, yeah, I gotta get this game. Which I didn't know that it came to PlayStation. Did it come to PlayStation 2, right?
3.
Corey?
It came to PlayStation 3.
Is it 3?
Yeah,
okay.
Because it was the bundle pack, because they put the sequel out with it. Also, Dawn of the New World or whatever.
Yeah.
which wasn't as highly regarded as the first one, but
My nephew actually beat Symphonia 2 because I had it, and my mom has a Wii in our office, and he beat it in there, and I'm just like, what the heck?
gotcha. Well, Ed, Tales of Symphonia is my number 20 game, so I mean, I don't really have much more to say. It's just a wonderful game, great art style, like you said, just great story and boss encounters and world build. It's just a really special game. If you have a PlayStation 3 or a PC, you should play it.
Yes.
So,
Stephanie?
My number 20 is Coffee Talk.
Yes.
Coffee Talk. Small indie game. You literally just brew up tea, coffee, or whatever beverages for all these citizens in Seattle. I think it is Seattle. So you're literally owning a coffee house, and it's like different mystical creatures, but they deal with they tackle real life problems, right? And issues we face, and you just converse with them, which to some might sound incredibly boring, but I was blown away at how much I thoroughly enjoyed that game, and I fully plan on playing the second one that comes out / is partly out already. But Coffee Talk, yeah.
Yes. Well, mine is one of the most probably debated games amongst people in the video game industry. And
Majora's
community.
Mask.
Not that one. No, that's SideQuest sequel. No. Mega Man 2.
Ooh, okay.
Got some great bosses, level design. The music is phenomenal. I think it's better than Mega Man 3. I know people want to say 3 has the bosses from Mega Man 2 in, but I don't like the way that they split up the bosses in Mega Man 3 and everything. And I don't like that final boss fight in 3. That the last boss that you fight with, you have to use Top Man's weapon, and that you could get hit and lose a lot of health. But I Mega Man 2, just Flashman stage, Metal Man, Woodman, just hearing their music and fighting these bosses and everything, it's so good. Everything that Kenji and Inafune and the team did to really perfect the Mega Man series with the design. And also they had contests where people could draw Mega Man enemies and send it in to Capcom, and I enjoyed that. So but yeah, Mega Man 2, my number 20 game.
Wow.
So Corey, number 19.
I'm surprised that's not higher for you, to be honest.
There's a lot of other games that outbeat it and everything.
I mean,
I think
that's fair.
It's literally the only NES game that I have on my list.
That's fair. My number 19 game is GoldenEye 007. Played a lot of GoldenEye with my friends, and yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really hold up now, but I just remember a lot of fond memories. It was more the memories with friends with this game.
Yep.
It was really a lot of people talk about Halo this way, where you get together with your Xboxes with LAN parties and stuff, but GoldenEye was the OG version of that. 4 controllers, split screen, no odd job, slappers only.
Yep.
Or it was a great time, and I always chose Boris because Boris was the best, because he had the Hawaiian shirt and he's like, I am invincible, and that whole thing.
Nice. Good game. Classic.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm keeping on with the indies. Super Hot. And I know I heard Super Hot in VR is pretty great, but I don't have VR. So Super Hot.
Why not?
Because it makes me sick. Super Hot. You play. You're playing a game that a friend lends you. You're playing in VR, and you're killing all these people figures that are in red crystal, very simplistic environment, and it's level by level, and it's a lot of fun because it slows down time, and time only moves when you move. I love that mechanic. It was
Yeah.
so much fun, and there's something satisfying about the shattering crystals. And by the end, there's this huge twist because it's all about like do you become the game? Are you getting too sucked in till you're part of it? Who knows? So super hot.
Ed, what's your next game? Just keep snacking. Just keep snacking. It's fine.
My next game, number 19, is Beautiful Joe. Here should I go, baby. From the Capcom 5, part of the Capcom 5, but this was from Clover Studios, the people who ended up leaving Capcom to make Platinum Games, and I love Beautiful Joe. Just being able to use the slow down functionality and the fast forward. It's about a character who's into these old time movies, and his girlfriend Sylvia gets kidnapped, and you have to go in and you transfer it to like a Power Ranger and everything, and you use these different moves to defeat enemies. Like you slow down time, you fast forward, like to catch things on fire or to make multiple versions of yourself. Crazy boss fights. If you had the PlayStation 2 version, you got Dante in the game. But man, I remember playing this game on GameCube, and it was just such a blast playing it and everything. And I love Beautiful Joe, and it's a game that the Nintendo GameCube actually needed, that I needed because I miss games like this. And it was just so creative, and I love Beautiful Joe too, also. But the first one, it literally was perfect. And this was after Okami Hat came out, so that's why I was just like, oh, I gotta get this game. And I love the box art for Beautiful Joe. So that's my number 19.
Nice. My number 18 is Diddy Kong Racing. It was just a very... that game was so much better than Mario Kart 64 in almost every way. The multiple vehicles you could drive, the characters were cool. It was our first look at Banjo and Conker, right? And it was so much fun, and the adventure mode was super cool. And I just remember the big elephant kind of character was ridiculous. And Diddy Kong Racing is a vastly superior racing game to Mario Kart 64. I don't care what anybody says, and I had so much fun playing it, to the point where when they announced the re-release on DS, I was so excited, except for half the characters weren't in there because they're all owned by Rare. Nintendo tried to put it back out, but yeah, Diddy Kong Racing. I hope that's one of the games they add to NSO, because it's just, oh man, so good. I love it.
All right, Stephanie.
Next, here we go. Super Smash Brothers, the original for me.
Nice.
I know Ultimate is, Ultimate, right? But
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just getting old, but I just like the original. It moves at a pace that I can handle. Got a lot of the original stuff. It wasn't too much. Didn't get too complicated. Sometimes things just get, I don't know, overwhelming. And I'm a fan of the OG. And I remember going through and beating Master Hand, and almost memorizing his move sets. It was just a lot of fun.
Yeah, I remember the commercials for the original Smash Brothers game. It was just a bunch of people in bad costumes just fighting each other in a field.
Yeah,
So
they was
funny.
happy, and I think Yoshi tripped Pikachu or something.
Yeah.
Mario tripped them. Yeah, and they was playing so happy together.
Yep.
And then I was just like, oh wow.
Ugh.
Pikachu is my main for that, and I kicked butt with Pikachu. Even though I love Link, Pikachu is the best.
Pikachu's
OP.
Pikachu,
Yeah.
Pika Pika.
Pika.
My number 18 is Ikaruga.
Of course
Like,
it is.
of course, it has to be on my list. Another treasure game, published by Atari. I love the Polaris system, where if you're white, and you hit enemies who are black, you destroy them quicker because it takes off more energy. But if they're the same color, you still do damage, but you do less. If they shoot the same color as you, you can absorb it to do special. But if you are opposite of that color, your ship gets destroyed. It is challenging. It's just because it's only 5 levels doesn't mean that the game is easy or short. It is very challenging. That game was designed to be played with 2 players. They call it a puzzle up because it is a shoot 'em up, but everything is done almost like a puzzle. You got to figure out what's the best way to get through that game, do these levels without dying, and again a high score. And luckily, like, if you play it for a couple of weeks, and you get to unlock a free play mode where you can continue as many times as you can. Because trust me, that helped me beat that game. But it literally is a blast to play with 2 players. And I just love that game. I actually got to play it on the arcade with another person and just thoroughly enjoy it. But when it came out for GameCube, I paid $30 for it. And
$30.
yeah, and loved it. I actually got it. I think it was a used copy for GameStop. That I got it from in my local mall, and just loved it Ikaruga ever since. So that is my number 18.
Nice. So my number 17, not really much to say about this game. Wii Sports. Definitely a game that changed a lot of people's thinking of playing games. Is that on your list, Stephanie?
Corey, how are we not the same person?
We are.
Wii Sports is my number 17.
Is it? Oh man. So I feel like within the next 15, Stephanie, our lists are going to be kind of similar. But yeah, Wii Sports, especially bowling and golf and just tennis, like, it's such an iconic game, such a fun game, you know? I mean, we always talk about games like, God of War, or Breath of the Wild, or Horizon, or Halo, right? And they're just like these big mega games that cost millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars to make, and huge worlds that you spend hours in. But like, look how simple Wii Sports is, and I couldn't tell you how much time I spent in Wii Sports, because it was just, oh man, what a wonderful game! What a great way to show off what your console can do.
Yeah, very innovative,
Yeah.
and I think it's still one of the best. I mean, 1-2 Switch. I'm glad they came out with Switch Sports, but I just feel like Wii Sports was the ultimate classic. It's just perfectly showcased how innovative the Wii was, whether or not the Wii would be or would not be your favorite console, but perfect.
Yeah, it's I know we got Nintendo Land on the Wii U, and like you said, 1-2 Switch is like, but the Switch does have a game that was way better suited for what the Switch could do, and that was Snipper Clips, by the way.
Yes.
Anyways, Wii Sports, great game.
Yep. And Ed, straight to you, because that was literally minus 17 as well.
I thought it was on 18.
Nope, 17.
17.
Oh, okay. Okami HD. I love Okami. I know, Corey, you don't care for it. I know you gave it a try.
I tried.
Thank you. You tried. You did not like it. This was another game from Clover. I think it's their first game, actually, on PlayStation 2. That was a regular Okami. But this is a game that I pre-ordered from GameStop. Took a vacation to play this full game. And, like, I went downstairs. My mom has a big TV, and I hooked my PlayStation 2 up, and I spent my whole vacation playing Okami HD. Okami. So when it came to Wii, and everybody knows the IGN watermark fiasco that Capcom did, and it's on Switch and everything else. I was so happy to see this game in HD because it still looks beautiful. I love the I just love the graphics to this because it was just something that no one ever did with it. It's the Umani e-print. Just it looks beautiful. It still to this day looks beautiful. It's very funny. With great writing, and I kind of love the ending. It's a 40-hour RPG, action RPG in the brains of 3D Zelda. So Okami HD is my number 17. So Corey, to you for 16.
All right. Well, I already know Ed's going to say I told you so when I say this, and I also feel the anger from Stephanie already for doing this, but I put Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask together at this spot. They're so... Oh.
Are you doing a good Google Moogly gasp?
I feel like it. I feel like I just broke Stephanie. First of all, it's super late already, and she's probably tired, and then I just ruined her favorite game of all time. So.
Hey, as long as it's on the list.
Yeah, fine. Okay.
So Ocarina and I have a kind of mixed relationship. You know, people who've been listening to this for a while know that, like, I didn't finish Ocarina of Time until after Majora's Mask because I didn't know you had to go back in time to finish the Shadow Temple, and you can go ahead and make fun of me, chat. I don't care. But Majora's Mask actually, like, influenced me to go back and finish Ocarina of Time. And so I went out one weekend and bought Majora's Mask and the strategy guide to Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, and I finished Ocarina of Time and did 100% on Majora's Mask. And just that Nintendo 64 era of Zelda games is super influential, whether you know it or not, right? Like, you know, Stephanie, we talked about Z targeting a lot, and it kind of influenced how Zelda would be moving forward for the next, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 games. And yeah, I like the dungeon design. I think the Great Deku Tree and getting your fairy is cool, and the 7 sages are cool. You know, like I just think Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask are wonderful games, and that's why they sit at this spot together.
Stole my thunder. Ocarina of Time is my number 1.
Oh, nice.
My number 1, Corey, Dirrig.
Yep.
And it's not on my list at all.
Edward Varnell. Really? I'm surprised.
See, at least it's on my list, Stephanie.
Wow.
And you know Majora's Mask is not going to be on my list.
I am shocked. Well, I'm not going to be a dead horse. Ocarina of Time, number 1 for me. First video game I ever got really introduced to. Inspired my first novel. Everything about it is amazing, and I will die on that hill. Number 16 for me is a Devolver digital title, another one of my top favorite publishers, if indie, if you want to call it. So Annapurna, now Devolver Digital, and that's Gato Roboto.
Yes.
Cats. You are
a robot in a mech suit.
In a robot mech suit, and you go when you crash land with your human person into this planet, and you just shoot crap up. You have like this mouse boss. You're trying to like figure out what's going on, and it's like a Metroidvania, and it's just fun. It's got that old retro feel to it. Your collectibles are cassettes. You can change the 2-tone colors. It's fun. It's great.
Boss fights are hard as ever.
Yeah.
But they're good. It's weird with that game because I did beat it. I would die on the boss fight, but then I would play it for the second time and beat him with ease.
Yeah. So that's why, I feel like it's still doable because some games are so teeth grindingly hard that you just can't ever get through. You rage quit. I don't think I ever really rage quit Gato Roboto. So
Hmm.
I love Kiki. I actually got a Gato Roboto pin when I was at PAX.
Nice.
So my number 16, Elite Beat Agents. And I love this game. Playing by ABC 123. You're the meaning of my life. You're my inspiration. Seeing that Christmas one with the ghost dad. Every time I hear, because that song plays at my store, and I just think of doing all the pop it and the roll it and everything. Skater Boy, cover, like it has a great soundtrack in all of these games. I mean, all of these like actions that you're doing and stories that goes with it. It's just so fun. And then seeing the 3 Elite Bay agents like dancing along while you popping and like rooting you on and everything. So, and kind of the original Elite Block agents. So, EBA Elite Block Elite B agents. I know it didn't sell well, but people who did play it love this game. So that is my number 16. Corey, what's your number 15? We're halfway through, everybody.
No, we're not. Anyways, Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow are just, I mean, they were what reinvigorated my love for handheld gaming. Because obviously the Game Boy had been around for a while, and it was kind of, 3 consoles came out in the span of the Game Boy's life cycle. And so Pokemon was this kind of new wave of people to bring them into the Game Boy. And, obviously we had Game Boy Pocket and Game Boy Color, and I actually got a Game Boy Pocket for Pokemon Blue. And, I just fell in love. It was my first RPG, I would say, my first JRPG, and the collection aspect was really, something that I really liked. And I actually bought both versions of the game, and I had 2 Game Boys to trade with myself because I didn't have any friends. But Pokemon. I mean, that's Charmander and Charizard are always going to be my number ones because of that game. I didn't know right at the beginning. You don't know that the Pokemon are technically they're technically your difficulty level at the beginning, because Bulbasaur, you pick Bulbasaur because he can fight the first 4 gyms, I think, with ease. Squirtle, obviously, you get tripped up at the the lightning and the water gyms, and then Charmander, you just can't get through that first gym, right? You have to have other Pokemon, and it's hard.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, I don't really have much else to say. I would love some sort of, I know we got the Let's Go games, but I would love just like a simple kind of remake for the Switch of those games. Just those, 151. Let's go catch them. Let's fight with them, that kind of thing. And I know we're not going to get that because Violet looks really cool, and that's the way that Pokemon's going. But the Let's Go games just were too simple. I want something with a little bit more depth. But Pokemon Blue specifically, I would say, is my number.
Nice.
15.
That was my number 9, Pokemon Red and Blue.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the original, and I remember there was a kind of like a cheat where you were like up and down Cinnabar Island, and you do like complete a certain number of things, and you get like this glitch Pokemon that doesn't exist. And if you do it right, you get like 99 rare candies, so you can level up your Pokemon really easily.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. All right. That was 15, right?
Yep.
Well, again,
Yes.
I think this might start going a bit faster because my 15 was Metroid Dread, so we already talked about it.
Yeah.
Okay. My 15 is Hotel Dust Room 212.
Oh my gosh, what are these games?
You remember? I've been talking about Hotel Dust. You better stop playing.
I know. I just like, man, your list is just all over the place.
Hotel Dusk is a mystery game that you play like a book on the DS. You solve cases. It had this pencil style artwork that you read about and like visually look at. It was a mystery game at this hotel. With it, and it's just such a great game. There was a sequel that came out in Europe but never came to America. Nintendo, I really wish that you would have brought it to America. I really wanted to play the sequel to this game. But Hotel Dusk Room 212, I remember at EGM one of the reviewers gave it a 10. And I literally bought this game with my own money when it came out, and played it all the way and thoroughly enjoyed it. I love a good mystery. I love mystery games, and so but Hotel Dusk Room 212, great Nintendo game. So that's my number 15. What's your for number 14, Corey?
My number 14 game, everybody, is Super Mario 64. Super Mario 64 is the game I point at that said, I'm going to play games for the rest of my life, and I don't care if anybody cares or not. We talked a little bit, again, on a future standard definition episode, a lot about Mario 64, but it was my first experience with a 3D game. It was my first real kind of it was just my first real experience of being really into a game, right? It was the first time I felt compelled, besides Pokemon, to collect everything, right? Like all 120 stars, right? That was such a big deal. And it was just a mesmerizing kind of super fun experience, and it's still fun to this day, right? I mean, yeah, there's a couple of camera issues, and you're gonna have that with a 30-year-old game at this point, but it's an all-time classic. Mario 64. Bowser looks weird, but other than that, I just remember like King Babam and racing the Koopa to the top of the hill and throwing the penguins off the ice ledge and all that kind of stuff. Is just super fun. And Mario 64.
All right, Stephanie.
For me, I actually was a fan of Super Mario Galaxy. I know some people, I think that's a little more of a divisive Mario title. I don't know. I just kind of like the setup, like walking around like the planet of each planet. And I like Rosalina. I'm a fan of her.
Mario Kart main.
And I also was a fan of Wii, and I didn't mind like the Wii controls. I know some people just don't like it, but I was a fan, and therefore Mario Galaxy was kind of my go-to Mario in the franchise.
It's fair. It's a good one. Yes. It's better on Switch because you can use controller, but
so my number 14 is Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney in the rest of the games. I said, I love a good mystery. I remember this game, no one knew about it. It was a Game Boy Advance game in Japan, but not here in America. So I remember it was in the $20 bargain bin at GameStop. And they had tons of copies. Nobody knew about it. Nobody was playing it. So I bought one, and this is kind of like my first kind of like text adventure style game, like adventure game. And I enjoyed everything about it. I got hooked on that. It feels like the day that I bought it, that game rose to the top because all the copies were like selling out and everybody understood what it was, and the series has been popular ever since. So Phoenix Wright on the DS, my number 14 game. And the game got the trilogy, or the first 3 games, kind of like a remake with the art on Switch. So you guys could go and play it there.
Nice.
Yes. Corey, what's your 13?
Number 13, Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag.
Wow. Okay.
Assassin's Creed is, I know a lot of people like to bash on Assassin's Creed, but that's one of my favorite franchises, and I wish we had more Assassin's Creed on Switch. And I know, saying that, we have the Ezio collection and the Rebels collection and the the Liberty collection of 3 and whatever. I know we have all those, but like, there's something about Assassin's Creed 4. I played it on the Wii U. I put so much time into that game. I 96.4%ed it because the last 3.5% required multiplayer, and the Wii U versions of games like to not include multiplayer stuff. So I never really 100%ed it, but it came at a point where I really needed it. It was the last game I played before meeting my wife, actually. Not that this like really impacts the way I feel about that game, but like, it helped me through a time where I was like in a bad breakup, and kind of got me through a small portion of, trying to figure out what the next step in my life would be. And so, yeah, Assassin's Creed 4. I love Edward Kenway. I love the ship battles, which continue on to this day in Odyssey and Origins and all that. I love the pirate theme. Like, I would really love just a pirate sequel to this game. And I know they're going to try to pitch Skull and Bones as that, but it's not. So, yeah, Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag. I would throw 3 in there. I really like 3 as well, and I know that's kind of a controversial statement, but 4 is the better game. So, 4.
All right. Stephanie.
All right. Donkey Kong 64. Another rare game. And
Whoa.
This is where you had that expansion pack to go in N64. Sometimes it would come with the yellow controller, which I always wanted, but I could never have. But bottom line is, I loved it because you could play as all the various Kongs. The DK rap was fantastic.
Should we play it for everybody on Twitch so we get struck?
Here we go. But I love how each level you can go back as every Kong, and there's something for you to do. I don't know. I felt like there was a lot more to do with the game. The bosses were fun. All the levels were very creative. But it did frustrate me at the end because you needed to play the old school Nintendo games on there to earn that rare coin and the Nintendo coin. I forgot which one's which, but I could earn one, but I couldn't beat the other one. And it would just frustrate the heck out of me because it's like, I'm playing an N64 game. I shouldn't have to beat these old NES games so I could get to the final boss. And I gave up for a long time just because I could not get that last coin. Doesn't match what other things you need to do in that game. Very hard to go back to and play, though. Very hard to go back and enjoy. So it's just going to stay in my mental library as my number 13.
My number 13 is Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. The Street Fighter collection is on Switch. This game is on part of that collection, so I'm able to add it on. I love Third Strike. I think it's the best Street Fighter game that Capcom ever made. The sprite graphics, the combos. I love using Akuma and Ryu, and just everything about it. The soundtrack, the jazzy hip hop soundtrack is so good. Don't care for the bonus stages. But yeah, I played this in the arcade. When it came to Dreamcast, I was able to learn Akuma like ultimate move easier so I could pull off in the arcade. And it's just it's a perfect fighting game. It's like one of the best fighting games for me. There's something else that's higher than that that's on my list. But Street Fighter 3 Third Strike is kind of the best Street Fighter game ever made. So that's my number 13. Corey, what's your number 12?
My number 12 is The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker.
That is my number 4.
That's my number 5.
Oops,
I scared my cat.
It's a game I was really upset when they showed it for the first time. Because at Space World, they had shown off that really awesome, kind of, at the time, amazing looking Zelda game that was kind of like a darker version of Ocarina, right, where Link was fighting Ganon, and I think it was in the Temple of Time, which was really cool. And that's the game we thought we were getting, and then we ended up getting Wind Waker, and I was upset. Like I wanted a cool adult Zelda game, and especially after playing Ocarina of Majora's Mask, like for this to be the next game in the series, especially when Nintendo was trying, it seemed like they were kind of growing up a little bit with Metroid, like Metroid Prime, and doing different things with like Eternal Darkness and that kind of thing. Like I just thought that this was a step in a different direction, and obviously it's an amazing Zelda game, but probably the game that aged the best, I would say, in terms of art direction and art style. The Wii U version is just one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen. I hope this game gets ported to Switch at some point, because that game is stuck on 2 consoles that nobody bought, and it's a shame. It's like it's a real shame that game is on 2 consoles that nobody bought, and it's arguably one of the best. It's arguably, I would say, in my opinion, it is top 3 Zelda games of all time.
It is great, and you're right. I have to agree. As much as I love Ocarina of Time, if you're talking about what visually has aged the best, Wind Waker would be one of the first things that come to mind.
Yeah. Great dungeon design. Tetra is cool. Like the pirate theme again is just awesome. Like the final, like when the final boss with Ganon is like super intense when you finally kill him.
Yeah, just drive that sword right.
Yeah.
Just another thing about that animation of him laughing while the water is going down. It was so smooth. It, in a way, it kind of had a Disney effect in this animation.
Yeah.
It you know.
Plus, like, we got like real kind of real time emotions on Link for the first time. Yeah, Ocarina of Time, he had emotions, but they were like JPEG switches almost.
Yeah.
And this was like his mouth moved naturally and his eyes opened wide, and it's a really special game. And it's honestly, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess are the 2 games I have my Wii U still hooked up for. Because not that I'll play them anytime soon, but just in case, like, those are the games. And I really hope Nintendo puts them out. I don't see why they wouldn't at some point, especially if Switch is going to be around for another 3 or 4 years. You know,
because Nintendo wants to torture us.
Yeah.
Nitty.
Anyways.
All right.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay, I won't take long on this one because the reason why I like it is similar to a previous one that we listed, and that's Pokemon Silver and Gold.
Nice.
This is my last entry for Pokemon here. I'm just an old school traditionalist. I kind of stopped after Silver and Gold and didn't touch another Pokemon game until Arceus because of a promise of something different. But I do feel like, it had a lot of good energy. Obviously very similar to Red and Blue, but the second generation was nice. I enjoyed it. Again, gave continued life to the Game Boy Color. I'll say it like that. So.
All right.
Cool.
My number 12 is Metroid Prime. Love that they took the series in this direction. I played the demo at Sam Goody. Was after I finished the demo, it's kind of like the first part of the game. I went to the counter and paid the whole game off for the pre-order, until the game came out. And once the game came out, man, it's an expensive world. It really made me dislike Halo after that. Like, I did not care. Like, I already have my problems with the Halo series, but I was just like, the Halo series is not touching Metroid Prime. I thought it was the best first-person shooter of all time until Titanfall 2 came out. And Halo, I respect it now. I appreciate it. But man, just what they did with the GameCube controller, because it didn't have like 2 analog sticks for it to have that way. That's the C stick that was on the GameCube controlled the different powers and everything. And it was so cool using different visors in order to find enemy weak spots and to defeat them and everything. Like, it was such a great and creative game. It still felt like Metroid, but in this 3D space. And just, I don't know how Retro did it, but they really pulled together to make this magical game. And it just looks beautiful on the GameCube. The water effects on Samus' visor, like the drops and everything, man, it's still to this day, that game looks amazing. So Metroid Prime is my number 12. Corey, what's your number 11?
Pikmin, the first one.
Ooh.
For GameCube. It's I remember when I got my GameCube, that was one of the first games I got after Luigi's Mansion and Tony Hawk 3. Waiting patiently for Smash Brothers to come out.
Mm-hmm.
And this game was so fun. I remember there was like a snow day or something for school, and I just remember sitting in my room and like playing Pikmin all day, and I beat it in one sitting. And then after I beat it, I turned around and started playing it again, because like the real task is to optimize your days, right, in that game, and trying to figure out the best way to find all your ship parts and stuff. It's super charming. I just love Pikmin so much. I think it's one of the underrated gems of Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
I actually wish they would re-release that first game. I know we got Pikmin 3 on the Switch, and it's fine, but that first game is just, it's a wonderful. It is a masterpiece, I think. And if anybody has a Wii or Wii U, you should try to find the Wii version of that game, because Pikmin, ironically, is like one of the best games to use the Wii remote and nunchuck, because it allows you to run and throw your Pikmin at the same time, which you can't do with a normal controller. I actually recommend the Wii U version of Pikmin 3 as well, because you can use the Wii remote nunchuck for the Wii U version of 3 and have a map on the gamepad, so you always know where you're going. You can throw and run at the same time, and yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Wii or the Wii remote, except for certain situations, but that is one that I recommend.
Awesome.
All right. For me, next, Link Between Worlds.
Ooh.
Yes.
They did a fantastic job creating this spiritual sequel, or however they want to phrase it, to Link to the Past. The mechanic of Link to go in between walls, I think was great. Very charming game, and just everything worked smoothly. And I had a lot of fun with the dungeons. They weren't too hard, they weren't too easy, and I liked that you could pick which one you can go to first via renting out your items that you need.
Yeah. All right. My number 11 is Paper Mario: The Origami King, because this game is hilarious. I know that we had
shaking his head.
We had a big discussion on the Boss Rush for our Game of the Year. I know people have their opinion about it, but the writing in this game is so good. It's a gorgeous game. You know, the boss battles make you think and everything, but it was just so fun and so funny. It kept the spirit of the Paper Mario games, and there are points in this game that it's just like, wow, they did a fantastic job. You know, I love having Metroid's Samus head on me and just moving around. I love the Japanese little theme park. It is so good, and the final boss battle is just like so wacky. Like, if you think this game is for kids, you need to sit down and play it, because this game is challenging. Black knows what I'm talking about, because he did a video of it, And everybody go watch this video and subscribe to Black Game Reviews.
I
Fantastic.
love Block's channel.
He is funny. He is the
Yes.
funniest person that I know.
I love Block's channel so much. I watch it at night when I'm trying to fall asleep sometimes, and like I gotta shout out the Conduit review is very good. Shoot, I just lost it. This Suikoden review is pretty good, and I want to say, what was the other game that I was getting ready to talk about? Anyways, Block's game reviews. You should check it out. Please subscribe.
Yeah. So, Paper Mario: The Origami King. If you have a Switch, I just want people to like really play this game and like stick with it all the way because it is a great reward. It's really funny. The bosses are challenging. There's a lot of secrets and stuff that 200 like get 100 completion on it. You're gonna spend time with this game. It's a lot to it, but it's so fun and it's a cool battle system. It takes a while to learn, but I think once you learn it and everything, you can get through a lot of these battles with ease. I thoroughly enjoyed Paper Mario: The Origami King, and there's one part, and I kind of got it on my Twitter page. It was just like you ask Mario, you entering this castle, and all the enemies look at you, and they're like, "What the world is this?" And then they just start fighting, and it gets hilarious from there. It's such a great game. So Paper Mario: The Origami King is my number 11. Everybody, we are at our top 10. Corey, what is your number 10?
So before I get to my number 10, Star Fox Adventures was the game I was gonna bring up on his review channel, which is also very good. Number 10 for me is Fire Emblem Fates on the 3DS. As much as Awakening got me into Fire Emblem Fates, specifically Birthright, was a great kind of introduction to what I think they wanted to do with Three Houses. It didn't quite hit the way I think they wanted it to because you had to buy 3 separate versions of the game to make that work, but it definitely had a great cast of characters. The story was very good. They had like this home base thing that you could kind of level up and do things with. It was great. I love this game. The pixel art is awesome. Like every time I see this game, it makes me think about playing the phone game because it has similar pixel art. And then I realized that it's just like all the Fire Emblem characters in like anime bikini outfits, and I'm like, I'm not gonna go down that road. So, but Fire Emblem Fates is a wonderful 3DS game. If you haven't played it, highly recommend it. Revelations, the third part of that game, is only downloadable unless you bought the special edition, and the 3DS eShop is closing. So if you want the third part and arguably the best part of that game, you should get it now.
Yes.
All right. Breaking my top 10 is the good old fashioned, will always be a classic, Tetris.
Tetris is my number 2.
It's not on my list.
Oh, what? Ed.
Tetris? I don't know, Corey, if there's anything you want to... because, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just running out of words, but just... I don't know how else I could describe Tetris.
It's
other than,
the only perfect video game that exists. Like Tetris seriously was almost my number 1. That's how much I love Tetris. Tetris Effect, like obviously the latest edition is one of the greatest versions of Tetris of all time. But even you go back to the original NES and Game Boy versions of Tetris, they're just simple, fun puzzle games that anybody can understand and enjoy and figure out. And it's just, I know everybody says video games will never be perfect. This is the only perfect video game that exists. I really don't know what else to say about Tetris. It's just awesome. And I am super jealous of Jack and his Tetris shelving units because I want them. but the way my walls are in the office, I cannot have them because anything that's heavier than a feather, it just falls off the wall because they're fake walls. So,
Oh. All right, what's breach your top 10, Ed?
Just shapes and beats.
mm,
Like,
gosh,
I am a person who love house music and dance music, and the music that's in Just Shapes and Beats, even though the game is like challenging as ever, and you don't really do that much that much, just hearing the music gets me like going. And then the Shovel Knight remixes are blazing hot. Like they are so good. But yeah, I love Just Shapes and Beats. I reached out to the developers and I like literally thanked them for the soundtrack and everything that they play. You know, they got a YouTube playlist that people can hear all the tracks for it. But yeah, Just Shapes and Beats, such a great game. And I think it's on PlayStation. I don't know if
it's
Xbox
on
has
everything now, I think.
It's on everything now. Okay, yeah, it's so good. It kind of rivals Tetris Effects connected when it comes to music. For me.
Oh.
Like it was such a battle between not Tetris Effect. I'm sorry, Just Chasing Beats and Forza Horizon 4 for best soundtrack when both of those games came out. And I had to give it to Just Chasing Beats, but because Forza Horizon 4 soundtrack is so good, it really is good. But Just Chasing Beats, my number 10. Corey, what is your number 9?
Super Mario Brothers 2. It was I would say the second game I ever played on NES. It was my first experience with Mario. Which later, I went back and played Mario 1 and Duck Hunt, but Mario 2 is far superior to Mario 1.
Agreed.
I love the kind of weirdness that it, obviously it's a reskin version of Doki Doki Panic, which we learned later, but I like that you can play as all the other characters, right? Luigi, Peach, and Toad, and they all have special, or, their statistics are different, and the birds or the masks that chase you are terrifying. The magic carpets, like when they start to disappear and you're not sure if you're going to make the jump or not, that's really awesome. Birdo, obviously an iconic character now. Hate Birdo. And then when you get to the one level where you go to walk through the bird mouth and it starts attacking you, that's not fun. Surprise. So yeah, I mean, I don't really have much to say about Mario 2. It's awesome. The Game Boy Advance version is the superior way to play that game, I think. Or the Mario All-Stars version is also a very good version of that game. I think Mario All-Stars is on NSO, right? So you can play that version. It's so good. I love that game. So Mario 2 is my number 9.
My number 9 was Pokemon Red and Blue, so back to you, Ed.
My number 9 is Mario Kart Double Dash.
Dash.
I love Double Dash. I love the switching of the characters, mixing them up on your cart. The tracks are so fun to play. It's easier to drift on this game. It's just so perfect. I know people love Mario Kart 8, and all the DLC and everything. But Mario Kart Double Dash is a game that I played a lot back in the day when it came out. It was the game that me and my friends did every Friday night. I would bring my GameCube over, have my extra controllers, and it was a red shell Papada. Because we knew that if you were in first place and I had that good red shell, I'm making sure you don't got nothing to block it, and I'm popping you. And that's how me and my friends play. And we were getting a little bit tipsy too at that time. Having adult beverages, everybody. But it's such a fun game. It's such a classic. And I wish it would come back to Switch. Hopefully it comes to Switch. But yeah, Mario Kart Double Dash is my number 9. Corey, what's your number 8?
Fire Emblem Three Houses. Definitely an evolution of Fire Emblem. I like the branching story. incredible. I'm glad that they got rid of the rock paper scissors mechanics for the most part in this game. I know that certain classes still do more damage to other certain classes, right? But like they got rid of the triangle kind of way that you fought in the other games, and so I love the characters. I love Byleth. I love the Black Eagles. I know people seem to have issues with them for some reason because the internet, but Edelgard is my girl. I love him. I love that whole house. And so, yeah, I mean, it's why I think I'm continuing so much with Fire Emblem Warriors right now is because like I love that world and I love the monastery and the characters, right? And it's those that like it's definitely the best Fire Emblem. I hope we get some sort of sequel. I know that there's a new game rumored by the same team right now.
Right.
So, yeah, Three Houses, awesome game.
All right.
Let's see. Oh, Harvest Moon 64. I know.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Harvest Moon obviously is a game that's been made and made and made, and with every iteration, it just gets more and more boring and bland and lame. However, the first Harvest Moon that I played, Harvest Moon 64, is in my top 10 because, it was like one of my base set of games, and I just really liked it. Even though it was very simplistic back in the day, I love the randomized events. Like some things would happen or not happen, and depending on what you did. Like I remember early in the game, there'd be this guy like right outside your house when you wake up one morning, and he's like starving, he's hungry. If you have food to feed him right away, he'll become a more active and engaged member of that society or village later. But if you don't feed him that day, like I don't think you really, you might see him again, but he's just kind of not part of the town. So it's stuff like that, and you get to like obviously pick a girl that you're going to court and marry and have a baby with and all that silly stupid stuff. But it just managing a farm, and I mean I'm not into a ton of farming simulators these days, but hey, there's got to be one that you really like in your life, and that one was Harvest Moon 64.
All right. For me, number 8 is Scree. So we could go on to number 7. Corey, what's your number 7?
My number 7 was Turtles in Time, so we talked about that already. So back to Stephanie, I guess.
Banjo-Kazooie.
Ooh, good one.
Yeah.
Love it.
Another rare game. And I think you mentioned this in our rankings episode the other day, Corey, that you preferred Banjo-Kazooie over Mario when it comes to platforming in general.
Yeah.
I kind of feel that way. Nothing against Mario, like 3D Mario, but if we're talking about 3D platformers, I love Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that, like, yeah, Mario 64 did it first, right? So, like, you're always going to put that game on a pedestal, right? But, like, I think that Rare really nailed it with Banjo-Kazooie in terms of, like, okay, you have this dumb bear and this bird, right? And you can turn in all these different things. Kazooie can, do the weird chicken walk thing to go faster.
Poop out an egg.
Yeah, poop out an egg. It's just, I just think it's superior in almost every way. Level design, writing, characters.
Yeah, Kazooie is so sassy.
Yeah, Kazooie's awesome.
Sassy bird.
I hope they make a new Banjo-Kazooie soon.
But not like Nuts and Bolts.
No.
Or is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
Something
Yeah.
Bolts?
Nuts and Bolts was fine, but
It just looks weird.
I just want a traditional Banjo game.
Yeah.
So
All right.
it's like the Star Fox Adventures of Banjo games.
Wow. Shade.
Different. Okay, not what we want.
Wow.
Ah.
Well, my number 7 is Tatsunoko versus Capcom.
Oh my gosh, Ed.
What are these games?
This is a fighting game from Capcom on Wii. And it was the Tatsunoko animes that were fighting Capcom, like Street Fighter characters over here, and some of the Capcom characters. It's one of the best fighting games on the Wii. I remember when the game came out came out, it was really low in quantity. And I remember at Toys R Us, it came out for $50, and really nobody was looking for it. I bought it the day it came out. This is the game that actually changed the Marvel vs. Capcom fighting games, with their control setup and everything. It's just so good. I played it at the arcade and everything. You can take a look at it, but it's such a enjoyable game that I had. I learned a lot of the combos and characters, and being Ryu and fighting this big gold robot and everything. It's such a amazing game. And it's probably not going to be able to come out because Tatsunoko, the licensing with Tatsunoko is kind of like really difficult to work with because there's so many parts to it. But when it came out in the US and it came out for Wii, it was the game to have. It was a big fighting game. So Tatsunoko versus Capcom is my number 7. Corey, what is your number 6?
My number 6 is Super Mario 3D World. The best. It's the best 3D Mario game, hands down. And I've played all the way through it twice. Well, almost twice. I just adore the game. I love the catsuit. I love how it takes the best of 3D Mario games and the best of 2D Mario games and just smashes them together. And just what is a wonderful experience. I highly recommend it. It's so much fun. It's so colorful. I love the stamp collecting aspect, which Ed, speaking of memories for Nintendo Pow Block, we thought that when this game came out, that the stamps were going to be Nintendo's achievement system. Remember that? Because they skipped a couple games, but then Twilight Princess also had stamps. And we thought that this, whatever, Codename NX was, they were going to implement a stamp collection that you could show off on Miiverse, and then obviously they closed Miiverse and there's no stamps, and here we are 6 years later with not even a third theme, but here we are. But Mario 3D World is a wonderful game. Everybody, even if you're not even a huge Mario fan, this is so totally worth it, in my opinion.
Yes.
All right. My next one's a Mario game, but it's Super Mario World. So that's my personal pick for a top Mario game. I'm a little biased because, you got Yoshi in there, right? So that played a big part. I think maybe I'm getting to it. That's the one where we had the feather too, right? So
yes.
I don't know. Those are the particular mechanics that I really enjoyed. I mean, that's kind of Yoshi, man.
Yoshi.
Well, my number 6 is Secret of Mana. This was a game that was planned to be on the Super Nintendo PlayStation, but when the plans fell through, Squaresoft designed the game to be on the cartridges, but it has some cut content. With it, some of the rooms in the dungeons are kind of blocked off because there was supposed to be some cutscenes and some other extra stuff. But it's a phenomenal soundtrack, a great story. You trying to save the mana tree and everything, and it's kind of a sad ending with some of the characters and everything. But it's so good. I remember getting this game for Christmas and grinding and learning, and then soon buying the game guide for this game to see how I get through some of the parts and everything. And you get to fight Santa Claus as one of the bosses. Secret of Mana, go here and listen to the soundtrack. They remade it for PlayStation 4, but the collection of Mana is also on Switch where people could play also the original one. So that is my number 6. Corey, what is your number 5?
So my number 5, I didn't play it on Switch. Well, I did, but the first time I played it was on PlayStation 2. It's available on Switch now. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Final Fantasy X is.
Ah,
I mean, I don't really know what else to say about that game other than like I love the story, I love the characters, I love just the kind of theming around it and how, you know, I love where the story goes. I love that it's a love story that, you know, I guess kind of spoilers, but doesn't get to exist because of what's about to happen. And I love that kind of stuff. And, you know, I've been itching to play it again on the Switch. And I might do so in the coming months, but man, Final Fantasy X is one of the all-time great Final Fantasy games. And,
it has two of out of the characters that's in the Final Fantasy universe, they are two of my favorites, Auron and Lulu. Love them. Love them.
Yeah. So Auron is awesome. And
Yeah.
and like fun fact, if you take Yuna through the through the Black Mage Sphere grid, she's like 10 times more powerful than Lulu.
Really?
Yeah.
I really
Plus-
made my like healer.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, she's supposed to be your white mage, but if you take her through the Black Mage Sphere grid, like, and you go through the quest that lets her only use one magic point, she becomes unstoppable. It's awesome.
Oh wow, did not know that. Yeah, the voice acting in that game too is really good. Definitely Auron's voice acting, man, and I love Lulu's voice acting too. But Auron was just like something about his voice acting, even though it sounds dead at times because of some other things, won't reveal it. It really just fit the mood, and it didn't feel threatening, but it really felt like, hey, I would still kick your tail because I've been through this. I know what I'm doing. And he was just so cool. And I love his design with his hand in his pocket while he's still holding the sword. And just bam, he was powerful than a mug.
Yeah. Definitely an awesome character.
Yeah. Dang it, now I want to play Final Fantasy X.
Good game. Was this 5?
Yes.
Mine was Wind Waker for 5, so.
Cool.
My number 5 is Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story. We talked about this game, and once again, the game is funny as ever. I love the fact that you can play as Bowser and suck up the Goomba's peppermint lollipop. And if you do it, you get energy, but you make them run away and cry. You are Mario and Luigi, and you're inside Bowser's body. You're doing boss battles and fights and different gameplays. Like there's a shoot 'em up vertical game in it. I know there's a lot. I keep speaking about shoot 'em ups and stuff, but they really changed that game a lot. And you know, in order, there was times that you had to switch to Bowser at the top of the DS, and then switch it down for the Mario Brothers in order to get through. And there'd be times they would force Bowser to drink water so they could get to higher levels. So like what he did in the real world was kind of almost playing as a puzzle inside his body and everything. And it's such a great game. And if you was Bowser and you sucked up some of the enemies, the Mario Brothers would have to go fight those enemies. So it's such a great game. Mario Luigi Bowser Inside Story. I love that game. Corey, what's your number 4?
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Ooh.
It's the best Mario Kart. It's the best racing game. The best arcade racing game. I don't really know what to say about this game. I've put probably 40 or 50 hours into the Wii U version, and I put probably double that into the Switch version. The fact that we're still getting DLC for that game is awesome, although I feel like the first wave was a little bit underwhelming, in my opinion. I hope they get better moving forward. But the fact that, like, man, that game is so good. And plus, like, the new battle mode is pretty cool. And it's a game that I can play with my wife and my kids because it has, like, the quote unquote cheater modes on it where like they're always going, they steer when they're, prevents them from falling off. And it's just a wonderful game to play with people. And Rosalina Main all the way.
Nice.
Yeah.
Stephanie, what is your number 4?
Number 4.
4.
Twilight Princess.
Ooh, that's my number 3, actually.
One of my top favorite Zelda games. I had no problem with it being on the Wii. It has some of the best dungeon designs other than City in the Sky. Some of the best boss battles, like Star-Lord. I almost said Star-Lord, but Star-Lord. And, it was gritty. I think that design of Link might be one of my most favorite designs of Link. And I like Midna. I mean, everyone has their own favorite character, but I personally like Midna. Sadly, I don't think the graphics age as it's not terrible, but it didn't age as well as like a Wind Waker, shockingly. And the intro does take forever, so it's not without flaws, but I thoroughly enjoy it to where it's very much worthy on my top 5. And I swear, if Nintendo doesn't give us either a port, a remake, a remap, something, I'm breaking up with Nintendo. It's gonna happen. I swear.
No,
it's not. No, that's my number 3. My top 3 could have gone anyway. This was my number 1, my favorite game of all time for a long time. It's like Stephanie said, the dungeon design is impeccable. I love Midna. I think Midna is the best companion character that's out there in terms of Zelda games. The Wii U version also is like super superior. They replaced a lot of the character models and clean up a lot of the assets. So I mean, it still looks like an old game because it is, but it's a cleaned up version, and I just love it. I love the Twilight Realm. I love the aesthetic of the Twilight Realm. I love the big reveal at the end, and kind of how it ends is very sad in a way. And
can I just say, best rendition of Ganondorf?
Hands down. Yeah, I agree. 100%.
He goes in all-out daddy mode. Woo,
yeah.
Goodness.
He's, yeah. So.
Sorry, I had to throw that in there.
That's fine.
My number 4, The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. There's nothing else I could say about it. It's like the only mainline kind of Zelda game that's on my list outside of Hyrule Warriors being like a side game. But yeah, The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker is my number 4. Corey, what's your number 3?
Twilight Princess is my number 3.
Okay.
All right.
My number 3,
Stephanie.
Star Fox 64.
Ooh, that's high.
Yeah, I love that game. I only have 2 physical copies left in my N64, and it's Ocarina of Time and Star Fox 64. Nice. I love the branching paths. I love all the different planets. It's one of the few shooters that I enjoy. I love the bosses, even though Andros in the end was just a head and 2 hands, like many Nintendo bosses, which is weird, actually, if you think about it. But it's just very fun. And if Star Fox were to ever come back, that's the model I want them to return to.
Okay. My number 3 is Yoshi's Crafted World. Love this game. Thank you once again, Corey, for helping me write in the review, making it look all great.
It was like 4 years ago.
I know. But the level design, the boss fights against Bowser Jr., the additional way of playing this game, like how you go from left to right and then you go from right to left with the collectibles. There's a level that takes place in a bathtub. It is the most funniest yet fun level in this game. It's just perfection. I love Yoshi's Crafted World. I may have to go replay that game again just to get the collectibles. And, playing as different Yoshis and, getting different items to help you throughout the game if you find it too difficult. It's also fun. And then, there's more challenges after you beat the game that is really hard. But it's so enjoyable. So, Yoshi's Crafted World is my number 3. And a great soundtrack. It's not on the level of Woody World soundtrack. Yoshi's Woody World soundtrack is the bomb bit. But Crafted World, yeah, my number 3. Corey, what's your number 2?
Tetris. We talked about it already, so.
My number 2, Breath of the Wild.
It's my number 1.
But that's just because Ocarina of Time is my number 1. So Breath of the Wild, I'm really glad Nintendo found the perfect formula to shake up that franchise. You literally could do anything and everything. There were several ways to solve a puzzle. It just blew my mind. I know people complain about the weapon degradation system, and sure, it was annoying in the beginning, but I'm okay with it. I can't, if you want to pretend things are realistic, things will break, especially if you're fighting a Lionel. Only downside is, the 4 divine beasts, they don't really have a theme, and all the bosses were just goopy calamity versions, a blight, like a blight of that type. So I could use a bit more diversity with bosses and themes, but really that's just nitpicky on an overall excellent game, and I feel like Breath of the Wild's kind of there to stay. Corey, what would you like to say about Breath of the Wild?
I mean, what else can I say? I mean, the only hang-ups I have about Breath of the Wild are the dungeons, which I think they're going to fix in the sequel. I mean, they weren't terrible, right? The Divine Beasts weren't terrible. They were just kind of boring aesthetically and, that kind of thing. And the breakable weapons, not that it was a huge problem because, I had 30 amiibo to scan in every day before I started playing. But I don't really care for the breakable weapons, and the fact that there's not a way to kind of repair them is also something that I got hung up on. So, but other than that, just exploring the world and finding shrines, right, and climbing the towers and fighting the guardians and the Lionels, which are super scary early on, and your first time finding the Great Fairy, right, is just over the top and ridiculous.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, there's just so much. I put 240 hours into that game, and it's a game I think about weekly, if not daily. I think about that game so often. And I'm just so incredibly excited for the sequel.
And can I say the main trailer, so not the initial release trailer, but the second trailer that they released for Breath of the Wild, that music, every time I hear that music, I still get goosebumps.
Yeah. It's such a wonderful experience.
All right, Ed, what's your number 2?
My number 2 is Super Mario 3D World. Enough was said about this game. I love the level design, playing as Princess Peach, running and seeing the smoke come out every time they run. Just such a fun game, and doing multiplayer is really fun. Corey, what was your number 1?
Breath of the Wild is my number 1.
Okay.
Ocarina of Time was my number 1.
And my number 1, everybody could guess it, Bayonetta 2.
Oh my gosh, what?
Wow.
I love Bayonetta 2. The combos, the story, the action is comedic. The fights are so good. It's way better than 1. So colorful. The way they mix up the gameplay in this, the weapons that you get in this game is fun to use. The fact that you get to beat devils and angels and devils, a really good boss fight. It's weird. They kind of second to last part of the game feels like Afterburner in a sense. So they kind of play a nod to Sega's Afterburner series. It's such a great game, and like just the music, and it's funny at times, but just playing I have the demo still on my Wii U with demo trials on it. Like I saved it because if I get rid of it, I can't download it no more. I can't play it anymore. Even when the game came out, even though it caused some controversy with some people and everything, I love Bayonetta 2. When it came to Switch, I quickly bought this game for $60. It's so good. It's like an all-time. And this was the game that I feel like got Platinum Games recognized for people to work with them. Like it just felt like them working with Nintendo, having a good relationship, really made Platinum Games better as a developer. So, but yeah, everybody, that is our 30 games. Corey, do we want to do a rundown quickly of each of our lists so people can know?
I guess so.
Okay.
So
start with 1 and go all the way to 30.
So 1 to 30: Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, Tetris, Twilight Princess, Mario Kart 8, Final Fantasy X, Super Mario 3D World, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4, Turtles in Time, Fire Emblem Three Houses, Mario 2, Fire Emblem Fates Birthright, Pikmin, Wind Waker, Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, Super Mario 64, Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, Wii Sports, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, Diddy Kong Racing, 007, GoldenEye 007, Tales of Symphonia, Mario Golf Toadstool Tour, Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Shovel Knight Treasure Trove, SSX 3, Super Meat Boy, N++, Super Mario Brothers 3, Metroid, and Skies of Arcadia Legends.
Nice. Stephanie, your list.
All right, number 1, Ocarina of Time, followed by Breath of the Wild, Star Fox 64, Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, Super Mario World, Banjo-Kazooie, Harvest Moon 64, Pokemon Red/Blue, Tetris, Link Between Worlds, Pokemon Silver/Gold, Donkey Kong 64, Super Mario Galaxy, Metroid Dread, Gato Roboto, Wii Sports, Super Smash Bros. Super Hot, Coffee Talk, Batman Telltale Series, Rayman Legends, Shovel Knight, Gree, Jet Force Gemini, Pokemon Snap, Rampage, Donkey Kong Country, Donut County, and Killer Instinct Gold.
All right. And mine is Bayonetta 2, Super Mario 3D World, Yoshi's Crafted World, The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, Mario Luigi's Bowser Inside Story, Secret of Mana, Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, Gree, Mario Kart Double Dash, Just Shapes and Beats, Paper Mario The Origami King, Metroid Prime, Street Fighter 3, Third Strike, Phoenix Wright, Hotel Dust, Room 212, Elite Beat Ages, Okami HD, Ikaruga, Beautiful Joe, Mega Man 2, Tales of Symphonia, Metroid Dread, Mischief Maker, Xenoblade Chronicles X, Chrono Trigger, NBA Jam, Rhyme, Hyrule Warriors, Age of Calamity, TMNT Turtles in Time, and Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. That is our 30 top Nintendo games for each of our lists.
We did it.
We did it.
We did it.
So now we're going to get into the final section. It's going to be our final words and community comics. Corey, you want to take the first one? And I have one from Shane.
Sure. Sorry, I kind of closed it on accident. Read yours from Shane first while I open this doc again.
All right. Shay, from Another Zelda podcast and part of also the Boss Rush Network, says, the best of luck tonight on episode 300. What an accomplishment. So happy for you and the rest of the Boss Rush Network family. Cheers to many, many more. Thanks for letting me be a part of a great community.
Yeah, so I have two here on the doc. Daniel Midgar says congrats on number 300, and then our longtime listener Deshaun Malone tweeted at us and said, I've been listening to you for a long time, multiple groups, co-hosts, cycles, and more. You all have gotten a lot of people through some good and bad times, including myself. Just want to say thank you for everything. Cheers to 300 more and beyond.
Jack Bro says, congrats on 300. I'm looking forward to the top 30 picks. And final words, Corey. I'm gonna let you. Go first.
It's just the show has meant a lot to me personally, and I always said my biggest regret was leaving for those few months to try to, resurrect Arsenal X and make a something out of that show. And by the time I came back to do this, it was a totally different show. You and the team had turned it into something extremely different, and I was just glad that I'm just glad that we get to do this again. And the show has been through a lot over the last 7 years at this point. Even to the point where we canceled the show for 3 months to start the Boss Rush podcast, which was the NX show at the time. And then we were like, that was a dumb idea. We should have just kept Pow Block going. And, a lot of fans wanted it back. And I don't know, this show and all the people who've ever been involved and are involved and continue to be involved with not just Pow Block but Boss Rush, it means a lot to me and us, I think, in general. And it's I don't really know what else to say. I love the show. I love coming here and just talking with my best friend about Nintendo games, about the games we love and we will probably always love, and like I said, if Boss Rush ceases to exist tomorrow and everybody quits on us, we would still do this show, because it's the show. Maybe you have a different idea about the show, Ed, but I think this show in a way transcends what Boss Rush is and does, right? Like, yeah, the show is a impactful part of the network, but Nintendo Pow Block transcends even what Boss Rush is at this point. And I think we're always going to have that, so I don't really have much else to say. That wouldn't take another half hour, but
well, I do want to thank Adrian Nieto, who started Nintendo Pow Block with us when it was just me, Corey, and him. And we first started off talking about the Breath of the Wild, just having a great discussion. And it really felt like, of course, we didn't know what we was doing, and we was trying to fill each other out and stuff. But it kind of felt like we knew each other for years and just talking. I want to also thank Kyle, who also came on and helped. I want to thank Jesse, who was a part of us when we was Nerds Gone Rogue doing Nintendo Pow Block, just having a great discussion. Want to thank you, Stephanie, for joining, Celeste, Dan, David, LaRon, Grayson, Shane, Jack, Galatrat, just all the guests and people from Boss Rush who came on. Hopefully I said David. That came on and participated on the show, who did like news or did different parts, and just had fun with us. You really guys, you helped Pow Block get to where it is. And Corey, I literally want to thank you, because we met through Nintendo voice chat, and who knew that we would have not only Nintendo Pow Block to episode 300, but it helped create this friendship that we have. This relationship we got. Like, you you my bro here. You my best friend and everything. And it was through our love for Nintendo. And I told you many times, I really had no one to talk to about Nintendo until I literally met you. And when you was on DNA doing stuff, I was supporting. I was just happy. And when you reached out, I was excited to do this. And just look on how it grown. Times when we didn't have topics or anything, we would literally still get on the mic and talk.
How many times did we say this is probably going to be a short episode, and we would go for longer than a normal episode because we were just talking and doing dumb stuff? And I think at one point we were literally talking about. I think it was when they revealed the new 2DS XL, and we both got one. And we literally just sat there and talked about the way it looked for like 45 minutes.
Yeah. And everything. Our Metroid Hellblade discussion. Like,
legendary.
We did it too. Like, just the way we was building off. And even if there was times that we disagreed on some things, when we got off the show, we was just still hanging out and talking. And everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I really want to thank you for bringing me on and allowing me to definitely just be me. My takes are hot, they're wacky.
We know. I mean, look, we always kind of position the show, then and even now, where like you're the hype and the excitement, and I'm the realist, right? Where I try to okay, Ed, let's bring it back down a notch, or 7. But I think it works, and it's always going to work. And I don't care if we have 1 or 1,000 listeners, right? Like, the show's always going to exist because of our friendship, and the only way it's going to end is not to be super morbid, but if one of us ends, then the show will end. It's just, I don't ever see a time when we're not going to do this show, even when we're old and grumpy old men and tired and yelling at people to get off our lawns. And
look at the Nintendo Pow Block episode 9008. Oh, 908.
Oh no. Oh no.
Shoot, we'll probably have Miles podcasting with us.
Oh gosh.
We're doing the production.
Yeah, we're just gonna pass it on to our children.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you everybody just from around the world, for guessing on our podcast, listening to us, sending your comments, and getting us. I think we was part of the top 30 or top 20 Nintendo podcasts on Apple Podcasts, and our name showed up, and that was a blast to see. And definitely just for me personally, I enjoy people who love video games, who love Nintendo, PlayStation, Xbox. Thank you for all the conversations that you guys have, tuned in to, listen to, offer your opinions, and hopefully some of the games that we're playing and recommendations you guys have went out to go and play and stuff. But that's going to be it for Nintendo Pow Block.
Well, don't you want to hear what Stephanie has to say?
Oh, Stephanie, go ahead.
She's here.
It's all right. I'm
not
an OG person to this, so it's okay.
It doesn't matter. You're a part of us. You get to say words.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. Well, this means a lot to me because I started off as a fan. So you guys were the OGs, but for me, I was a fan. I picked up listening to podcasts because of the pandemic and the lockdown. I'm like, well, I need something to keep my mind preoccupied while I'm working on my COVID projects, like my garden. And I was like, well, what do I like? I like Zelda. So I typed in Zelda in a podcast, and I found 2. Another Zelda podcast, which I do contribute to their website for as well, and Nintendo Pow Block. You guys were the first podcast in the network that I listened to, and I recognized your voices, like Ed's voice, Corey. I was like, Corey's got that cool host voice, and I think it was Dan and David. And I loved Snacktendo. There was just something about the dynamic everyone had. And then when you guys started talking about how you were looking for writers, I'm like, I scared my cat. I got to write for this team. And I started writing. And I don't know how I ended up on the podcast. I guess I just slowly forced my way in. And now I'm part of the Boss Rush podcast and guest occasionally on Pow Block. So it's like a dream come true. So I think this is great for the community. I'm glad to now be a part of it, and I would love to see this continue to grow. But like Corey said, even if it's 1 or 100 listeners, it's some of my best nights are when I talk to you guys.
Aww.
Yeah, and it's just, I've made so many friends and gone through so many things with this, with not just Boss Rush, but like, you know, since we started doing this show, like, Ed, we've been through so many things, you know. When the show started, like, the things that I've gone through in my life for this, like, I got married, I had 2 kids, like, you know, like, we've been through a lot of life things together, and, you know, the fact that we still continue to make friends and get to do this and have people like Stephanie and Laron and Celeste involved, and, you know, the writing team and what David and Dan and Block are doing over there, and, you know, with Stephanie, and it's just, I don't know what Kool-Aid they're drinking that everybody started following us to do this, but it's humbling, and you know, I think it's because it's because of our mission statement. I know we should probably get out of here because we're approaching 4 hours, but
yeah,
I think it's seriously because, like, after Nerds Gone Rogue ended and we didn't really know what to do after that, like, our mission statement was just, we have to be better. You know, we have to be better people. We have to be inclusive, and not just the way that gamers want gamers to be inclusive, like inclusive to everybody. Everybody has different ideas and, you know, things that they believe in and different stances on subjects. And as long as people are respectful of everybody else's thoughts and what they believe in and how they treat people, like, we're going to go a long way. And it might not be the way that every other place is going, but we're going to go somewhere and be something special, even if it takes longer for us to grow, or, you know, have a community that's a little bit different than other gaming communities. It's just, I think that just those simple 2 words, be better human beings, no matter what, is what helped us grow a community that's incredible. And I don't know, man. I don't know what happened. But that's, look where we are 300 episodes later.
Yeah. So, well, you guys can find me at that retro code. Corey, where can they find you?
You can find me at I am Corey HD on Twitter and Instagram. You can find me on the Boss Rush podcast, Expansion Pass, After Dark, Standard Definition, and a plethora of other things we do here on the Boss Rush Network. Ed, you know I love you.
You know I love you too. Stephanie, where can we find you before we get onto the Snuff S?
Sure. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Klimov, KLIMOV_author. Live Wednesday nights on the Boss Rush podcast. My articles on bossrush.net, and just popping in and out of other podcasts here in the network.
Yes.
Stephanie, you're all right too.
Oh, thanks. I'll take it.
Well, Corey.
Yeah.
You have to do your outro before I do my outro.
Oh, no. All right. I want to thank everybody for listening to Nintendo Pow Block here on the Boss Rush Network. You can follow us at Pow Block Podcast on Twitter and Instagram. You can find the show every Wednesday on your podcast service of choice. Join us live on Monday nights on Twitch. Yeah, I want to thank everybody so much for watching and or listening. And until next time, we love you. Goodbye.
You got to do your move. You know, Pow Block.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Pow Block.
Yes. Woohoo! Bye, everybody.
I hate that you made me do that.
It's our 300th episode. We have to do that.
Good night.
Bye, everybody.